Are you praying?
Last heard from you, but I'm
Really?
Here there's
This is
darkness.
amazing. Please, please, I love it.
If you're watching right now, I'm just telling you, no one's paid me to say this. I don't. I haven't gotten paid a dime to help out the shift, and but I really, really strongly believe in this project, and I know it's different from The Chosen, but if you are a fan of The Chosen, it's going to make sense financially, spiritually, and also artistically to see more projects like this get made, because there has to be room in popular culture for storytellers who have something to say about this world that God inhabits, that God created, because 98% of stories that you see in the world right now are not inhabited by a God, where God is absent, truth is absent. And The Shift is a project in which truth is dominant and God is present, and we desperately need that. And so I really hope it gets done. And I'm going to, like tonight, I'm going to go invest right now because I don't want to miss out.
Welcome to tonight. I cannot believe what is happening right now and what is going on. I did not expect to come into this live stream with you tonight, our final night of investment, and looking at these investments just coming in one after another and one after another. We are now at we passed 700,000 I think just like an hour or so ago, and now it's even higher than that. Right now we're looking at $729,724 in investment, and it's incredible. I'm so excited to celebrate with you tonight, and that's really what this live stream is about. I'm writer-director Brock Heasley of The Shift, and I'm here to celebrate with you. That's what's happening tonight. And it's also the night in which those of you that have been waiting or just found out about it, this is your last chance, your very last chance to invest in The Shift. I have some really cool guests coming very quickly here. In just a few minutes, I'm going to be joined by Neil Harmon, co-founder of Angel Studios. I'm also going to be welcoming producer Orlando J. Gomez tonight. And my wife, Erin Heasley, will be joining me later tonight as well. And that is always a very scary thing because I have absolutely no idea what she's going to do or say. And I guarantee it will be whatever she can to embarrass me. How far can we go tonight? Can we get to 750? That's what I'm wondering. I'm going to set that right now as a goal. Let's go to 750. $750,000. Can we hit that tonight? Please share this stream. Facebook was a little bit of a butt today and didn't send out any of our promotion of trying to let people know about this stream. It just sometimes things just don't work quickly enough. So we need you to share this stream with people. Let them know what is happening tonight, that this is the last chance. And if they don't get in now, there is no second chances. There's no exceptions. There's no extensions. Tomorrow, I will get messages and I will have to tell all of them, I'm so sorry. There is nothing I can do. This is an investment. This is not a donation. That means it's regulated by the SEC. That means they will not let me do anything tomorrow. So let's get the word out. Let's share, let's comment, let's tell everybody about what's going on. This is a party. This is the final night of the Shift investment. Let's bring everybody we can with us. And we don't want them to be left behind. Okay, without further ado, let's bring in Neil. Neil, are you with us? Oh, looks like you're muted.
Okay, hello.
There we go. Now I can hear you. Awesome. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
You've got one of those cool shirts too. Oh, I know. This night is insane. This night is crazy.
I'm not sure I earned this shirt. Our chief product officer, Avinash Tripathi, made these shirts for the engineers when they did a hackathon for TV apps. So it's like this gaming character, the Angel Studios logo.
Oh,
they gave me one. So
token of appreciation.
I wasn't part of the hackathon.
No. That's cool. No, I saw Jeff the other day, your brother, also co-founder of Angel Studios, and he had an awesome, like, bigger logo Angel Studios shirt, and I told him, like, Jeff, I need one of those. It looks so cool. I love the new logo. Just so a little bit of background on Neil, for those of you that don't know, he is the co-founder along with his brother Jeffrey Harmon of Angel Studios, and these guys when they touch something, it explodes. You guys started off, well, you can probably tell your bio better than I can, but I know that you guys co-founded Harmon Brothers, which is a marketing company as well, responsible for basically every single legitimately funny ad you've ever seen on social media that was advertising a product where you're like, why am I watching this? This is an ad, and I know that I should just shut it off, but I can't help it because this is so good. That's Harmon Brothers. And then you guys, after that, you founded a VidAngel, which is a streaming service where people can watch The Shift right now, and helps you basically clean up your Netflix and your Amazon, so you can watch things without the swearing or without the sex, without the violence, whatever you want to do. And that's how I originally came across you guys, was through VidAngel. I've been a subscriber to VidAngel for years. It's a fantastic service. But now your big thing is Angel Studios, promoting original content, helping shows like The Chosen, shows like The Shift, well, not a show, a movie, get out there and get a broader audience. I mean, can you believe what is happening tonight with The Shift? I mean, this is going to be a really bummer interview for you, Neil, because I'm just kind of like bowled over with what's going on. You and I and Jeff and everybody on our teams, we've been working so hard, and this night, it's just the fulfillment of a legitimate, long-held dream. I don't know if it feels like that to you. It's got to.
It does. I'm really happy for you, Brock, and for this story to see the light of day. When Brad shared with me The Shift the very first time, I loved it and could sense where it was headed, even though I also knew that the $500 short film didn't justify what was going to be there. I just had this sense for that this was going to be really special. And then I read your book, read the whole thing, cover to cover, and realized how good your writing is and how connecting your writing is. And so I just had this hope that somehow you'd be able to pull through, even though we didn't know exactly how it would work, even though it didn't follow our traditional models of going after a series. I just had this hope. This film needs to be. And here we are. I mean, you just set a goal, which was your original $750,000 goal, and a year ago, never would have guessed that this would be possible to achieve.
No, not at all. And it's funny because a lot of people are like congratulating me and, oh my gosh, you've been working so hard, and I want to tell them all, you don't understand. Like there are so many great people behind this effort. You're one of them. Jeff is one of them. We got Brad, who's helping me out with moderating tonight. Fred on legal, and there's engineers like Jared, and Mariah has been helping so much with. I mean, there's so many people, and that's just your team, and then I've got all the people that are supporting me. It's a huge group effort, and it's incredibly humbling for me because I've told the story many times. This is not a film that was really supposed to go out there and be seen as widely as it has been, much less attract investment to make it into a feature film. It just wasn't in my view when I created it. It was something that developed over time. And when I first got the idea of turning it into a feature film, and I remember telling my wife Erin, and she's just kind of rolling her eyes at me like, "You're nuts, you're nuts." But she's a very good spouse, and so she supported the effort. But I'll tell you what, there have been some rough years there where it's like, how in the world are we ever going to make this happen? How can this crazy film that doesn't really fit any category, how can it happen? And you guys believing in it helped me so much, spurred me on, even though, as you said, there were times when we really didn't know, like, how are we going to make this manifest? Because you guys have been doing The Chosen TV show, and that's easy to understand, but a movie is a different thing, and so it's been a learning process for everybody, and it feels like all of that has just come together tonight, to where everything is just, people see it, they see what it's supposed to be, they're excited about it, and they want to be a part of it, and it's just incredible. It's an incredible thing. Yeah,
and if you don't mind, if I might add, I think this process of communicating what you're doing to the, I mean, how many investors are we to now?
Like over 1,600.
So over 1,600 people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you can imagine an audience of 1,600 people that you have been just working your tail end off to help these people understand your vision for this message. And now that they've caught that vision, I think that process of those 1,600 people, whoever of you are on this call, and then you, Brock, communicating in that way, it's actually going to change the film. Like, there was the shift when you first conceived it and you wrote it, and then there's the shift that is going to happen because 1,600 people, more than 1,600 people, decided to get behind you and do it. That process is going to change the film, and as a result, I feel like the film will have an additional energy and spirit in it because these people have joined you on this journey.
No, I think you're 100% right about that. It's one thing to sit in your room and write something and think it out and through your mind and figure out, what's important to you about it. But sharing this journey with everyone, hearing from them about what is important to them about it and how they connect with it, and what it means to them, is teaching me about what's really in this story and what the movie really is. And it's just making it better. I'm doing a new draft of the script right now. The draft that everybody's reading is outdated already. Nothing dramatic, but I'm strengthening it. I'm making it better. And some of the ways I'm making it better is based on the feedback and the interaction that I'm having. And I'm realizing that this is, it's inevitable that when you create a piece of art, people are going to see something in it that you don't necessarily intend, but that doesn't mean it isn't there. And knowing what those things are and drawing them out, I think that's one of the powers of this interaction that we have, which is really the Angel Studios model. I know that's a lot of what you guys have conceived, is that this interaction between audience and creator. Can you talk about that a little bit, like why the kind of the rebranding that you guys just went through, and just what is the mission of Angel Studios? What are we a part of as being a part of the shift?
I got goosebumps when you just described honing the script and thinking about how the final product is going to hit people on the big screen. And we at Angel Studios, all we are doing is facilitating messages that amplify light. We want to be. We named the company after those people. It's your 1,600 followers, supporters. They're your angels, and they're the ones who are making this possible. And so this company's named in their honor. And we just want to build technologies to help you talk to those people and to the people who need to ultimately see this story. And we live in this beautiful time when the technology of the internet has changed the nature of film distribution, the way that we tell stories, and the way that we share those stories with those we love, those we care about, those we want to impact. And I don't want to focus too much on our brand. This is about the shift, and this is about these angels who are coming to help you make the shift.
Yeah. But it's important to me to understand what the shift is within a greater whole. This is not a film that is just out there on its own. Like, we are a part of something.
That's
right.
We
are a part of something. And I think that is, not only does that give me confidence, knowing that you guys got my back, and that, Dallas and I were just talking about it last night, about how, he's actually feeding into the Tuttle twins. Like he'll talk to the guys that are in charge of that and give them thoughts and ideas, and he's able to do the same thing with me, and I would love to give whatever I have to give, and it's
we're building a new network together.
Yes.
And this network, in a miracle of miracles, we're already in almost every country on earth, and our distribution is reaching far and wide, and we're discovering new models and new technologies to reach people, new ways to monetize the content, so that that we can get a return. Because if we get a return, then we're able to spread the story further and further. This is a really exciting time.
It is.
It really is, for all the people who are involved. And I mean, I don't think we fully understand the scale of what's happening. I've just in the last week run into people. I was talking to, or I was emailing a gentleman who is super connected, and he was having a conversation earlier this week on the phone with Jeffrey, my co-founder, and this guy said, "Where have you guys come from? Like, you know, I know everybody, and suddenly this past week, I ran into one of the PayPal founders who was talking about you. I ran into my family who was talking about how I needed to check this out." He's like, "I ran into like 3 different scenarios within a week." And I'm like, I got to figure out what Angel Studios is and what is going on. And so he connected with us, and already, you know, we're meeting with a bunch of other forward-thinking leaders next week because he made this connection. And this kind of stuff is just happening right and left. And I don't know if there's something about either the times in which we live, like since COVID started, something feels different to me in the world. And it's almost like things are accelerating. Things are accelerating. And as a result, it's almost like if you're doing something good, that people and resources and the path to get it done is opening up in a new and an accelerated way. And I'm just glad to be part of it. And I'm glad that those of you who are on this call are part of it. I'm glad that Brock is part of this. And we're all part of this story together. So, you know, that's Angel Studios. And there are so many exciting things that we're working on right now that I think up the game from what we've done so far. So, I mean, if you guys don't know a lot about Angel Studios, so we pioneered this new model called Pay It Forward, and also tipping for comedians, stand-up comedians, and other models, while everybody else is doing these subscription services where they're trying to get people to pay $10 a month or whatnot to subscribe to their content, to watch it on Netflix or Peacock or Hulu or Apple TV. Everybody, all these billion-dollar companies are trying to vie for everyone else's attention. And in the meantime, when they're all going that way, we're going in a totally different way, and we are giving away content for free. We're allowing people to pay it forward. We're selling merchandise around the content to support it. And we have something that we're on the cusp of that I can't wait for the Shift supporters, angels, to find out about. But I think we're onto something that's going to even better monetize the Shift than what we've done in the past. And so this is just the very, very beginning of what Angel Studios is going to become, with all the people who are helping us achieve this vision of amplifying stories of light globally.
Yeah, no, that's exciting, and you guys are incredibly forward thinkers. I think if you had explained Pay It Forward before you did it and put it out there and asked people, do you think this is a good idea? I think a lot of people would have said, no, that's a terrible idea. You're going to give your content away and then ask people to pay after they've watched it? Like, no one is going to do that. But you guys believe in the inherent goodness of humanity, as do I. You just look at it through an economic lens, and you realize, no, this could actually be really big. Yes. And you just did it. And look at what it is. So when you guys say, hey, we've got new ideas for how to distribute the Shift, I'm all ears. Like, anybody who's thinking about investing or already has invested, you should be very excited right now, because when these guys have new ideas, really, really big things happen. And
of course we have to give all the legal disclaimers. That
yes, please go ahead.
You could lose all your money.
Right.
You're investing in Brock and his future, but you could lose all your money, so don't invest anything that you're not willing to lose.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So anyway, but it is we're excited about the future, and our goal is to create as many tools as possible for the creators to monetize their stories, so that they're able to I mean, some people just don't understand this. People say, "Hey, I want to invest in The Shift just because I want to see it made," or "I want to invest in The Chosen just because I want to see it made." And that's what I care most about, is seeing that made. That's a valid, that's a valid reason to invest. Absolutely. And then those people say, "I don't care if I lose my money. I just want to see it made." Again, that's a valid thing. And I don't want to downplay it. But the key is that if a film becomes profitable, if when someone watches it, you're able to generate somehow through some strategy, whether it's pay it forward or selling merchandise or doing tips or subscriptions or whatever the vehicle works for that content, or movie tickets or whatever it is, that if it generates a profit, then that profit can be invested into reaching more eyeballs, and then it will grow. And the bigger that story grows, then the more its capacity to generate revenue, which just becomes this virtuous cycle that spreads that content. And so, we're all about, especially with Angel Originals, which we're proud of, we are all about helping those projects become profitable in any way we can. As soon as the creators and the angels create them, invest in them and create them, then we're going to do everything that we can so it's profitable, because if it is, then it will grow and the story will reach way more people. So
Exactly. Final question for you. Why should people invest in The Shift?
Well, I'm not going to tell you to invest in The Shift, but I'll tell you that I invested in The Shift twice now, and I won't get into my story, but I have a similar story to Brock's, where I reached rock bottom on a lot of levels. And one of my favorite movies of all time is Frank Capra's It's a Wonderful Life. And that is about a man who hits rock bottom. And I have long wanted to see a film that does for the 21st century what that film did for the 20th century. That speaks to our time and speaks to our challenges. And I don't know that The Shift will specifically be that film, but it's going to be its own thing. And I think it serves the same purpose of helping somebody see and have hope when they hit rock bottom, and finding hope in that moment through a film. It will change. Man, getting emotional.
It happens on these things.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it, but if the film helps one person like me when they've hit rock bottom, to have enough hope to get out of that moment, it's worth it. So let's get this thing made. Let's get behind this project, and let's get it made, and then let's make it profitable so that we can reach those people who need this message.
Perfectly said. You're speaking to my exact hope for this film and what I hope it can do for people. Thank you, Neil. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. We will see what the rest of the night holds.
Both shift.
That's right. All right. Later, sir.
Have a good night.
You too. Okay, so that was Neil Harmon, co-founder of Angel Studios, with some incredibly heartfelt words that I very much appreciate. I didn't see that coming either. It happens on these live streams. You guys have seen me tear up more than once. It's just, this is a story that means so much to me and to Neil, and I know to so many of you. I can't tell you how many messages I've gotten from people who say, this really clarified my struggle for me, and more than that, it showed me a way out. Many messages like that, and that's just from the short film. The crazy thing is that we've let the feature film script out into the world, and so what the whole feature film is. You know what the whole story is. And I've heard even from people who've read that and had an even greater experience than they had with the short film. We're comforted in an even greater way. But imagine when that script is turned into an actual movie and what that can do. That, to me, is the end goal. It's exactly what Neil described. Sitting in the movie theater and having that experience and having somebody have a life-changing moment while they're being wildly entertained. That's what we want for this movie. We have had investments just rolling in this entire time, and I just want to shout out a few. And I'm sorry, we are in the very unique position tonight where they are coming in so quickly I can't even shout them all out. But I'm going to shout out a few here that I can see on my screen right now. Kyle from New York and partnered with us for $102. Thank you, Kyle. Michael from Arkansas partnered with us for $102. Joseph from Virginia invested $1,002. Thank you, Joseph. And Jennifer from California just came in with $201. And it looks like our screen is a little weird, but I think our investment roller will correct itself eventually. We just got some long names that are kind of jacking it up a little bit. Coming up later, as though this is some TV show, but it kind of is, right? It's a little bit like a TV show. I'm going to be joined by Orlando J. Gomez. He's my producer on the shift, my right-hand man. And then later than him, after him, we're actually going to hear from Dallas. Last night, I had a chance to talk to Dallas. We had an amazing conversation live. I have taken that conversation and kind of made an abridged version, and I'm going to be sharing that with you tonight. So if you missed hearing from Dallas last night about why he is part of the shift and why you should invest and why he invested that very same night, just last night. He had thought he had invested earlier and he didn't realize that he hadn't, so he took care of that. And I checked, he did. He was good to his word. He took care of it. So I'm going to show you that conversation. You don't want to miss that. If you missed it the first time, you don't want to miss it tonight. And then after that, we're going to check in with my wife, who the heck knows what's going to happen with that. But right now, I think it would be really fun to watch the short film with you. I'm hoping that there's some new people here who have not had a chance to see it, or if you know of people who haven't had a chance to see it, now is the time. I'm going to give you just a minute here to go and find them and bring them to this stream. Tell them we're going to watch the short film right now. I'm going to try to interact with you guys in the comments and things, and so you'll see me around, even though you won't be able to hear me. You'll see me in the comments on Facebook. But let's do this. Let's watch the full short film for the shift. This is a celebration night. We are celebrating. We have obliterated the minimum goal. We're seeing how high we can get. And before giving you just another minute here, before we get to the short film, let's check out our current total. What are we at right now? How close are we getting to 750? We are at $733,942. So in the time we were talking to Neil, we got another $4,000 in investment. Amazing. That is such rapid growth, and I am so grateful for it. So without further ado, here we go. Let us watch the shift together.
Molly, do you mind turning that off?
Did you pay the bills last night?
Don't even watch it. It's just noise.
The mortgage, Kevin. You said you'd take care of it.
Did I? If you're so concerned, then pay it.
You said you would.
No, you say I said I would. I'm saying a different thing.
Awesome.
I'm not just going to agree with you because it makes it easier.
That's great, Kevin. Way to take a stand. I'll call the bank and tell them that you're too...
Just turn it off!
Where were you?
Brennan, where was I when?
The R&D meeting this morning. Early morning meeting.
Is there a memo on this?
There were two. It was an important meeting. There were donuts.
Okay. I miss donuts.
Dude, I try to cultivate an atmosphere of excellence and cool in this department, obviously, but I am tired of your crap. If it's not the meeting, then it's the weekly reports, the residual spreadsheets.
I don't remember the memo.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. You don't remember. You know what? Just take the rest of the day off. Tomorrow morning, bright and early, you and I will discuss your future.
Hello?
Hi, honey.
Where are you?
I'm on my way home. Look, I'm sorry about this morning.
I'm out with friends. I'm not sure when I'm going to be back. Did you pay the bills yet?
What do you think? I was at work, and now I'm in the car.
Hey there. You okay? You okay?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Here, drink this.
Ooh.
Drink this. You've got a nasty gash right here on.
Ow, God, please.
I had a kid, so I bandaged it up, but you seem okay otherwise.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kevin, Garner.
Satan, pleased to finally meet you.
I'm sorry, my head's still spinning. What did you say?
Satan. My name's Satan.
As in the devil?
Yes?
It's a joke, right?
Why would I joke? I mean, look at you. I wouldn't be joking at a time like this.
God, okay. I gotta go, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Whoa.
Appreciate you helping me. I really do, man. If you don't mind, just.
Hey. Just stay awake. Stay awake. Keep talking to me.
Oh, what the hell, man?
Keep talking, man. It's gonna help you stay awake.
Oh.
We need to talk business, okay?
What business? What business?
I want to offer you a job.
I have a job.
Not for long.
Okay, Satan, if you can help me to my car, I'd feel a little bit better.
Of course.
Where's my car? Where's the accident?
There was no accident here.
What do you mean there was no accident here? How long was I out back there?
A little while. You should check your phone.
What day is it?
What's your phone say?
No, you could have messed with my phone while
December
I was out.
14th. Same as before your accident.
You just said there was no accident.
No. I said there was no accident here.
I need to see a paper.
What for?
I want to see a newspaper.
There, you see?
Buy it. Buy a paper. I want to see the ones on the inside. Don't tell me you don't have the money. Not in that suit.
We've just never had to prove it this far.
This one? You could have put that there. Who's we?
Me and you. Kevin, this isn't the first time we've done all this.
You're certifiable. I have never met you.
No, of course you haven't.
It reads the same.
Yes, this is tedious.
You tell me Where is my car? And where did everybody go?
They didn't go anywhere, Kevin. You did. Are you sure you are where you think you are? I'm hungry. Let's get some dinner. I'm buying. What? Hey, how's old Josh doing? That work out for him? Just like I said, right? Kevin, what do you know about me?
Nothing. I don't know who you
Oh,
are.
you do.
Two,
Yes, Tina. Thank you.
right this way.
Fine. You're Satan. Is that what you want to hear?
And what do you know about me?
What can I get for you guys?
Steak and eggs. Glass of milk, tall. Kevin?
Well, just have a coffee, please.
Are you sure it's my treat?
Coffee's fine.
Kevin will have a coffee.
Okay.
You're a fiend, a crook, a liar. Your goal? Misery.
Straight out of Sunday school. You're religious then?
Yeah, well, sort of. I used to be.
That's different. Wouldn't you like to know how I do it all?
Do what?
Cause all this misery you're accusing me of. Although I prefer the term chaos.
You tempt people.
Basically. Let's talk about your marriage.
What about my marriage?
Molly's been cheating on you, clearly. Has been for a while.
What is this? What?
You guys haven't had a real conversation in, what, 3 years? What did you think was gonna happen? Number one cause of a broken marriage. Can you guess? Lack of communication. Misunderstanding. Misunderstandings are the reason for so much conflict in this world. I mean, wars are fought over them. Entire lucrative professions are built around fixing them. And when communication breaks down, chaos.
Steak and eggs, then a tall glass of milk.
Excellent. So prompt.
Can I get you anything else?
This is incredible. Tina, my compliments to your mother. She just keeps outdoing herself.
I'll let her know.
Please, there's so much food. Stay, join us.
No,
Stay! Eat. Good, right? This morning you had an argument with your wife about paying the bills. Did you promise to pay the bills?
I don't think so.
Two people see the same accident, but their accounts differ wildly. Why?
They each see it by their own perspective or bias.
Wrong. They both see different accidents. Each one of them sees a different accident. Both are telling the truth, and they'll never agree.
What?
There is no fiction. For every choice you make, there are countless other realities where you make different choices. And that's true for every single decision made by every person who ever lived. Choice breeds infinite possibilities. Choice breeds realities. There's not a thing you can imagine that doesn't already exist somewhere, somewhen. There is no fiction.
Parallel Earths.
So good. So good. So good when he gets it. I love this moment.
And you.
Imagine the power to move one person from one reality to the next, to swap someone out for their doppelganger from another Earth, to shift them. That's what I do.
I never talked to Molly about paying the bills.
No, you didn't. I shifted her. Replaced her with a version of your wife whose husband did, in fact, promise to pay the bills.
But why?
Just one tiny difference. Disagreement, confusion, tension, chaos.
My wife?
Shifted. It's how the worlds work, Kevin.
Prove it. I don't believe you. I need to see it. Shift something.
What would you like me to shift, Kevin?
Shift her.
Sure.
Where did she go?
Somewhere else. I would have swapped her with another Tina, but you wouldn't have noticed. She's on some world where her parents never met and fell in love, where there is no Tina. Small deviations are usually best, but that's a big shift. Big shifts take people out of the game and into psych wards. Makes me sad.
I didn't mean...
Oh, don't get broken up about it. They got lots of daughters. Or they used to. Maybe it's time to find a new cafe.
What do you want from me?
Oh, Kevin, you're special. You don't even know. And I can't do this all by myself. It's a big job. A big job. On every world, I set up my power players, and they do my work.
What kind of work is that?
You know. Lie, cheat, steal, murder.
I've never hurt anybody my whole life.
No, but you have such potential. You're a halfway decent guy. It's the other half I'm particularly fond of, and it takes over in the end.
No. You don't know.
I do know. You do accept this offer. You're out there, Kevin, doing my work, and you're rewarded for it. You're a captain of industry. You're a leader. You're a Hollywood producer. You're a king. And I can provide all of those things for you, everything you ever wanted. I have 1,000 different versions of you on 1,000 different worlds doing my work. And they aren't hampered by an unfaithful spouse or an idiot supervisor who can't recognize their talents. Swear allegiance to me, Kevin. And I will lift you out of this embarrassing farce you call a life and into something glorious.
You can do that?
Just say the word. It would honestly be my pleasure.
But you're the one that made my wife disappear. You're the one that's been screwing everything up.
Don't be unfair, Kevin. You do your part too, and I can keep on doing mine. I can make your life truly, truly miserable, or I can make you deliriously happy. The choice is yours.
But that's not who I am. I'm not like that. I wouldn't know how to be like that.
Look at what you've done already today. That poor waitress.
I didn't.
Poor Tina. That's one life destroyed. Wasn't it easy? Just say the word. You're already on the path. You might as well keep going. Let me give you everything you ever wanted. Just say the word. Are
It's
you
been way too long since
praying?
last heard from me, but I'm in real
Really?
trouble here. Here there's
This is
darkness,
amazing.
and I'm
Please,
too
please,
small.
I love it.
Please
Do you
help me.
really think that God will help you after what you've done? You're tainted goods. You're not even worth his effort anymore. And even if he does help you, do you think I will ever leave you alone? Ever? You can't put me off. I am relentless. I am at your heels. I know you.
And in my
You
unworthiness,
are
save me
nothing.
that I may be
Nothing.
worthy tomorrow.
I am
Only
greater than God.
Jesus
I am
Christ.
certainly greater than you.
Amen. I'm so sorry.
And that is the shift. I want you guys to take a minute to look at these names. If you've watched it, if you've watched this short, usually I come in and I start talking here, and so you don't really get to see the great people who actually worked on this. Saw a lot of compliments tonight about the sound and the music, and they deserve to be recognized. Just never thought the audience for this film would be so big. Now look at this cast. Look at this killer cast. All these people you're seeing, all these names, these were all people that I met working on a haunted house just a month before we shot this film. And there were no auditions. It was just you, and you. Come here. I think you can be good at this, just based on their performance at a haunted house, if you can believe that. And they just killed it. They just absolutely killed it. All right, I think Orlando is here with us now, so I think it's time to bring him in. I hate to cut off the credits. We'll let him run out just a little bit longer here before we bring Orlando in. This was all done in Fresno, California, where we'll also be shooting the feature film. And the city is incredibly supportive of what we're doing, and in fact, that is what I am going to talk about with, at least one of the things I'm going to be talking about with Orlando. Orlando, sir, are you here? Can you hear me?
I think so.
Awesome.
Yep.
Here we are live. Welcome. We also just got an incredible investment from Catherine from Alabama, who invested $5,001 while we were watching that. We also, Dolores from South Carolina partnered with us for $126. Gordon from Colorado for $2,001. And I don't know if we got Jennifer from California earlier, but she partnered with us for $201 as well. So, Orlando, it kind of keeps going up. I hope you're able to handle that. I hope you're okay. We're not used to seeing such a quick rise.
Yeah, that's definitely new, but I think we'll adapt.
We'll deal with it. We'll be okay. For those of you that don't know Orlando, he is the producer on The Shift. He is the person who is by my side and has been by my side now for the past couple of years as we've been putting this film together. Orlando is a 15 or 16 year veteran of film and video. How many years is it now?
Yeah, we're in year 16.
Year 16. Owns his own company, Stellar Lens Productions, who's going to be a company also involved in producing The Shift, and just an all-around great guy who we met on The Shift the day we were shooting everything outside was the first day that we actually met face to face in the alleyway, and you of course drove the truck. Was it a truck? The truck that ran into the car. I can think. And I just realized, I just got a notice that it says you're actually Angel Studios co-founder Neil Harmon. That is not true. Let's change that. Boom, there we go. You are now, maybe you are, maybe we didn't know. Now you are producer Orlando J. Gomez. I didn't fix that. So yeah, Orlando, it's a heck of a celebration that we're having tonight, right now. I think that I think it's safe to say that the investment has exceeded our expectations. You hope for a lot, but I think it's honestly beyond what we even thought it would be.
Absolutely. And yeah, I was hoping we'd at least hit the minimum, right? Like that was our whole thing, was like, can we at least get to the 500 mark?
Right.
And to be where we are now is just, it's awesome. It's really exciting.
Incredible.
And it's motivating, right?
Mm-hmm. It's incredibly motivating. It tells us, and it's going to tell the private investors that we're going to be talking to soon, that there is some real support for this film. It's not just something that we think is cool and that has potential in the marketplace. We're establishing a marketplace because we have now over 1,600 people who are with us, and they're going to be telling all of their friends. They want this film to be successful. I think we hit 12,000 likes on Facebook today. So it's more than just an investment. It's an entire, like, for lack of a better term, army of people who are surrounding this film and propping it up and saying this must happen and it must be successful.
It's
not just the two of us.
Is what it is. Yeah, and that's important.
It's extremely important. Now that's on the investment side. On the other side of it, we have our team, and I wanted to talk about that with you for a little bit. Who is surrounding us? Who do we got? How can somebody who's watching this right now, who they're still trying to decide, how can we give them confidence that we can actually pull this movie off?
Yeah, absolutely.
Before you do that, I'm sorry. There's a question. They want to know what your shirt says.
Oh, my shirt. Oh, this is my Full Sail alumni shirt. As a Full Sail grad, and then I do some of their online events, and I do some, like, kind of mentoring and kind of guiding the new students that are incoming. I'm a cinematography graduate, so I rep school every once in a while.
Cool. I interrupted you. Why? How do we know that we have the right people? Who do we got?
Yeah, I want to start from the very beginning, right? And the people that we surround ourselves with locally, and the people that made even the shift short possible. There's a lot of talent, and there's a lot of experience, and the word hasn't been tossed around, I don't think, on here yet, but it is a term that is used in the industry, and that we are legitimately up against, and it's the first time filmmaker. Right, that's the label that you are unfortunately going to get hit with as we try to raise funds through private equity, as we try to get talent and so on and so forth. But the reality is, you're only that by definition because you've not worked on a film of this scale, a feature-length film of this scale.
Haven't directed
as
one,
a director. Yeah, you directed one, but team and all of our collective experiences is vast, and it's deep, and we've done a lot. We've just never done a feature film, and so I think it's really kind of a misnomer, right? That it's not this a couple of people who don't know what the heck they're doing, and now we're asking for a bunch of money to go and make a dream project. It's not that. This is well earned. It's well built. There's a lot of experience behind it. And then to make things better, we've gone the next step, because there's still a lot to learn, and we don't know everything, especially on that scale. So we've been able to go out and amass a team of experts who have worked in this capacity. And then they kind of plug in those gaps, and they help with the advice and help navigate the things that we don't even know need to be navigated, right? So starting with with Franco, you know, and I think he's been on here once or twice before, so some people know Franco, and Franco is a successful independent film producer, and he's got tons of films under his belt. You look him up on IMDb, you know, and I think starting there and working out to help with, you know, line producing. That's, you know, figuring out our budget, figuring out our production schedule, figuring out logistics. You know, we've got someone consulting on cast. We've got you know, all of these different dynamics that we could figure out, but we don't have to. Because we got people who know what they're doing, who've done it before. And so you know, I love that. I love that idea of, and we've talked about this before, the idea of you being able to stay in the creative mind, you know, kind of insulating you from yeah, you're going to learn along the way, but you can really stay deep in the creative and the vision casting and creating this project. And then between myself and the rest of the executives, handle all the business and not have to, you know, have to get bogged down in all of that.
Right. Yeah, and that's really what it's about, because, you know, the world that we come from, you know, with indie filmmaking, and even though we're in California, I think people can sometimes get the wrong idea, and they think, oh, these guys are Hollywood. It's like, no, we're 3 hours from Hollywood, and Hollywood doesn't come here. So that's not the world we live in. We're in a farm town. We're in a farm town. Agriculture, I mean, basically the world's breadbasket is actually right here where we live. I mean, most of the food in the world really comes out of here. So, you know, when we're doing a film, when we're working on any kind of project, it's everybody is wearing multiple hats. So that's what we're used to. We're used to having multiple areas of expertise. There are many jobs on a set that I could handle. There's even more jobs on a set that you could handle. And so, but that doesn't really work. That doesn't really work when you scale up. We can't do everything. It's impossible. There's too many things to do. So we're smart enough to know that we're not smart enough or have as many arms enough to do all these things. And so we need people surrounding us, and that's what we've done. And, you know, and Franco's a big part of that. But we've got even more than that. We've got even more than that. Like, that's just the beginning of who we've got surrounding us to do these things. Yeah. So tell us a little bit about that. Who else do we have?
Well, I mean, outside of the VidAngel circle, which you kind of touched on earlier today with Neil and Jeff, and subsequently Dallas and some of his people as well. We've got Matt Nelson and Dan Hasseltine to help on the music. We got Jones back, Brandon Jones, your buddy, who was on doing the. And I don't know if anybody noticed, I was commenting about that in the while we were watching the short back, is like that. I think that is a dynamic that people don't really think about, but when it sticks out, you really notice how much good sound design plays in a narrative. Like, I kind of like that droning sound, those moments, and the background sound effects. Like, it really adds to the atmosphere.
Yeah.
So, like,
because it's really just two guys talking in a diner, you know. Yeah. Like, people call it creepy, and it's like, but it's just two people talking. Like, that's all it is. There's not a whole lot else going on. They don't even really get up out of the chair. Like, they just sit there.
No. And in that sense, that creepiness, aside from the dialogue and the performance, but it's enhanced with the camera shots, you know, the angles that are being employed, the pace of the delivery, the editing. All of those things work together to give you that feeling, that sensation you're feeling. And half the time you don't know where it's coming from, and you shouldn't. I mean, let's be honest. As you're watching a film, like, as a filmmaker, we don't want people to, you know, to taste each individual ingredient, right? We want them to taste the whole meal.
Yeah, we don't want you thinking about all this stuff. This all works on a subconscious level for the most part.
Yeah, but we love that, and it's important to us, and that's the things that we get to value as we get to bring all those elements together through all those experts to make things happen. Yeah. And then just recently we got a huge blessing. Another person who's essentially come on the team and offered his services and his equipment
which is not insubstantial. And that, of course, I'm talking about is Tom Armbruster, who is the head of the 209 group. The volume. And what are we talking about? Let's cut over to this real quick. Orlando and I recently visited LA, and we were there to meet Franco, who you talked about earlier, but also to meet Tom. And Tom owns a visual effects house in LA, works on giant movies that you have heard of, and he wants to let us use a particular technology for free. So what you're about to see is technology that we have access to for free because of Tom. Check this out. Okay, you're gonna have to forgive how dark it is right now. I'm in a parking garage in LA. And I am here in LA to visit a couple of very important people. For the first time, I'm going to meet executive producer Franco Sama in person. Also later this afternoon, I'm going to be visiting with Tom Armbruster, who is the president and CEO of the 209 Group, which is a special effects house here in Los Angeles. I'm going to see the brand new tech that he's got. Very excited to talk with him about our ideas. And more importantly, I'm just really excited to see this tech. This stuff is insane, and I can't wait to see it for myself in person. Meeting with Franco finally was fantastic. He took us on a tour of LA Center Studios, where he works, has several sound stages where a number of productions have been hosted over the years, including one of my favorite shows, Mad Men. I never get tired of the environment that movies and TV shows happen in. There's just something that's kind of electric about it. I'm like a kid in a candy store with that kind of stuff. We got to talk about everything that's going on and how good the investment is going already, which he was very excited about, of course. We were able to meet with Tom Armbruster at 209 Group. We were able to see his whole setup. He just last week installed LED walls, which is the same background tech that kind of takes the place mostly of blue screens and green screens and allows you to just put an actor in an environment that looks photoreal, but that actually is not. And the great thing is that these aren't like photographs that you put on the screens. These are 3D renders that are done with a video game engine called Unreal. And that means that the environment can be manipulated. You can change the lighting, you can move a scoreboard from one place to another, you can turn on the fan or turn it off, and you can do all of this digitally. Pretty much anything you can imagine that you can do within this 3D rendered environment. And even when you're standing there with it face to face, it looks 100% real. And of course, it looks even more real in camera. And so getting to check out that space with Tom and hearing him talk about his career and how he came into it and how excited he is for this technology, about how he just met with the Marvel guys last week, and the fact that Tom saw the short film of The Shift and believed in it so much and what we're doing so much that he offered this space and this technology to us to use for free is still a mind-blowing thing for me. Orlando is more of a visual effects guy than I am. I mean, I love visual effects, but Orlando knows visual effects, works in visual effects. He was really taken with it and understood, of course, everything Tom said on a level that I, quite frankly, did not. And we also had the chance to talk with Tom about some of the sequences that we want to pull off. Thankfully, everything we talked about, everything we want to do, Tom could see clearly how it could be done, and he saw very clearly, as I do, how these spaces, which a couple years ago didn't even exist, are really the best spaces to do these sequences in for The Shift. So we're gonna have some state-of-the-art visual effects, the kind of which a film of our size never really would have access to otherwise. And we're able to do that because of Tom and because he is somebody who believes in what we're doing and wants to support us. That kind of support is how we make this film even better than it would be otherwise. And I'm very, very grateful for that. This was our LA trip. We got so much more to do before this movie's ready to be made, but this was an important day. This was an important day to connect with Tom and connect those dots with Franco as well. It's coming together. That's what I see happening. It's just coming together. All right, so that was the volume. That is the technology that we have access to. Orlando, how impressive was that?
Oh, it's incredibly impressive. And I think what's crazy about it is that is the miniature version. That is their temporary the build just to show off the tech and for the tours like that. So how do you say, was it going to be twice as big or something along those lines?
Basically twice as big as that, and there were a little bit of glitches. I don't know if people caught that in the video. There were some glitches. And all that's going to be fixed. Like, they had barely installed it. It was like 2 days old when we went and saw it.
Yeah. So we were there on a Monday, right? And,
yeah, Monday.
And I believe he said Friday was when they finished getting everything in, like it was up and running Friday. And so we came on Monday, and then Wednesday, Marvel was coming in.
Yeah.
So it was like, it was built, we got to see it, and then Marvel was coming to look at it.
And then Marvel was coming later. Yeah. It's insane. It's insane. And look, this technology is so new. The last Avengers movie, which came out like 2 years ago, they didn't even use this technology because it didn't exist. That's how new this technology is. So for a small indie film to have access to something like that, that just doesn't happen. And to have it for free, it's incredible. It's incredible. The blessings that have come to and they are. You just have to call it like you see it. It's a blessing.
It is.
There are multiple blessings that have come to this film to make it possible, and that is absolutely one of them.
Absolutely. I remember, and we talked about this before when we were on the phone. We were on the phone with him, and we were, it was on a Zoom call, and we were talking about it just initially, and he had already kind of threw it out there that this was going to be available to us, and then I thought I heard him say in that call that it was free, and I was like, what? Like, there's no way. I must be hearing things. That's like wishful thinking. And so then after we got done, you and I got on the phone. I was like, just real quick, like, did I hear that right? Did he say not only do we have access to it, we have access to it for free? And you're like, yeah, no, he said
that's
free.
What he said.
Like, holy smokes, that is cool. Like I was ready to put in whatever it took into the budget and the line item to make use of that tech, but he's like, no, use it, go for it,
use it.
And aside from just the excitement of using cutting edge cool technology, it's practical. It's actually going to save us a ton of time and ultimately a ton of money. And so, and then double that savings because we're not paying for it. Like, just paying for the space and using it is a cost saver, right? Because we're reducing what would probably end up amounting to a 2 or 3 day shoot into probably an afternoon, maybe a day, and then we don't pay for the time. It's crazy.
Yeah. No, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Hey, just as a reminder, this is our final night for investment. We have, I don't know how many hours we got. We got like 5 hours. 5 hours and this whole thing is over. There is no second chances. If you want to come in and be a part of the over 1,600 people who have already invested, you've got to do it now. You can do it at angelstudios.com/theshift. I'm sure our moderator is tossing that link in the chat as we speak. Hint, hint. But this is your chance to come in. We just had an investment from two investments. One from, and I am totally going to mess this name up, Capajani. I'm not sure. I tried very hard. From Rhode Island, who invested $201, and also Allison from California, who invested $102. Thank you both for partnering with us. Our goal tonight is to hit $750,000. Can we hit 750 while we're on with you tonight? That is our goal. Let's see if we can get there. I feel like we're close. In fact, let's check in real quick. Where are we at? Let's load up the site. We are at $741,373. So that's where we're at. We got less than 10K to go. I think it's possible. We got 5 hours left, less than 10K to go. I think that can happen. And what does that do for us, Orlando? If we get the money that we get tonight, what does this do for us?
Well, it does. In my mind, it does two things. One is what is known as first. When you're dealing with investors, you can have people on the line like we do who are very interested in investing large amounts of money, but nobody ever wants to be the first person to turn over that money. And that's for two reasons. One, like, if nobody's really putting money in, how do I know that this is a really good investment? But two, if you're the first person to invest, that means you're going to be without that money the longest, right? Because it's going to take that much longer for the project to be made, because they got to wait till the rest of the money's raised and then we shoot it. Then so there's that dynamic. So by having this first money in the bank, we're showing that there's already commitment, that there's already cash in the bank. This is real. You don't have to worry. But two, and part of why we were wanting to get such a quantity, this much up front, is this also allows us to go and start making offers to talent. And it's not like getting anything set in stone or nothing, but it's to show that we have actual cash in the bank, that this is a legitimate project. We're not just, it's not wishful thinking. There's real cash in the bank. We can show it in an escrow account, and we can get soft commitments from people by saying, here's X amount in a holding account for you. Right. If you commit, what's your schedule like? And so that's how you basically get these soft, medium commitments from talent, which we can then go back to the big dollar investors and go back to them and say, look, not only do we have the first money, but we also have this name talent or this person talent
attached to the film.
And so again, it adds legitimacy. It shows that the ball is rolling, things are moving, and that incentivizes them to get on board. So
as Franco likes to say, it's money begets money.
Money begets money. Absolutely. And that's what we're doing. And so the fact that we're so far beyond the 500 we were looking, that was kind of like the nice, if we can hit 500, we can make something work.
We can make something out of that.
We can make something happen. Right. We can leverage that. But now that we're at 250,000 over that,
just about
the closer we get to the million mark, like the stronger our position becomes. It's what we can do, what we can leverage, the claims we can make, the legitimacy that goes before us. Right. And this is all business stuff, right? Like this is this is stepping outside of the faith element and allowing God to provide. That is very much a part of what we're doing, and you and I had many late night talks and just the faith component of this whole thing, and being diligent and being ethical and being moral and doing right. But there is, and part of that due diligence and that ethic is also doing good business. And so this allows us to do good business. And we can live in both worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you have to be, I think any faith filmmaker or anybody who professes a faith, it's incumbent upon them to act a certain way in their business dealings. So, what we're doing with the film and the message, that it has to carry through to everything we're doing.
Absolutely.
And that's what it's about for us. And I know that one of the ways that we're trying to be responsible with the money that we get, and is to make it. We want to make it go, first of all, as far as it can go. But one of the really important keys for that is actually the relationship that we have with the city in which we're shooting.
Yes.
The city in which you were shooting a film, you really need them to cooperate with you, because in some instances, you're taking over streets, or you're having to get access to buildings, and you're parking these large vehicles, and or maybe you have police or fire that are going to be featured in the film, or just on standby because you're doing a stunt. You want to make sure that people are protected. What is going on? As far we're shooting, we've already said it. We're shooting. We want to shoot here where we live in Fresno, California, where we shot the short film. What's going on? How's our relationship with the city?
Our relationship with the city is fantastic, and again, this is where faith and business collide, and the fortuitousness. I'm not the word person. You're the word person. It was fortuitous. The fact that when the new administration for Fresno, the new mayor. Did I lose you? Did I lag out?
Your internet's a little buggy, but keep going. It always catches up to you.
Okay,
you're fine.
Don't
worry about it.
Sounds good. So the new mayor came in. He appointed a new deputy mayor, and as it turned out, the deputy mayor was somebody that we had worked with on a previous project for a local nonprofit. That it was an 18-month project. So we spent a lot of time with this guy and his organization, and then the nonprofit they were working with. And so as it just kind of happened through somebody else we got in contact with, he was like, hey, I can connect you with the new deputy mayor. He'd probably be the person to talk to about building a relationship with the city. And then when he made the email connection, I was like, oh, hey, it's it's me, you know, we and it's you, like we have this
Right.
history already. And immediately
Another blessing.
there was, you know, Matthew was immediately, he was very complimentary about the work that we did on the other project, how successful it was, and how much he loved working with us. And so we had that immediate in, so to speak. And so we just
Right.
got to go straight into talking about the shift and what we were wanting to do. And he literally was like, I have a meeting with the mayor in a half hour. I'm going to talk to him about it. And, you know, what was it, 2 days later, like we heard back like, hey, he's on board. We got to go talk to the executive committee. We just got to get them clear. And like a week later, they cleared it. They assigned us a couple of different people from the city to be our kind of liaison. We got a guided tour from the economic development department. We went downtown. Has any of that footage gone out yet?
No, we haven't.
Okay.
I just haven't had a minute to
Yeah.
edit that stuff.
So-
but we do have a great
so-
behind the scenes video of our tour of the downtown. Yeah.
Yeah, so people
Coming
don't
up.
even know about that yet. And so like, and it was awesome because we got to see locations that we didn't even know existed. And even if we did know existed, we'd have no way to reach out to these people or who to talk to get access. And they not only presented us locations, but they connected us with the people. And then we went out there and actually got to look at these spaces. And they are really cool.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. They're perfect for what we're doing.
They're perfect. And yeah, so and having the city as our backing makes those dealings a lot easier, right? Because they, you know, these people want to be in good standing with the city, and so when the city says, hey, help these guys out, they're doing some awesome stuff here in town, like, all right, let's do it.
Yeah.
So
yep.
we're being taken care of in many different ways, and it is a blessing, and it's exciting, and you know, sky's the limit with what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just part of what the city is giving us. That's the city itself. That's the city administration. But also within this city, we have a lot of people, a church I'm thinking of in particular that you happen to attend every Sunday, and a business that we have shot at before. It's where we shot the diner, who are very eager to help us and make it as easy as possible to come to those spaces and film. We live in a city that is just so friendly to what we are doing. And I want to show you a video real quick. This is another day that Orlando and I went out, and we checked out some of these spaces. One that we're going to be revisiting, and one that we're going to be using brand new, a church. And this is how that went. Okay, good morning. It is Tuesday, December 1st, 2020, and today is the first day of location scouting for the Shift feature film. We're doing it here in Fresno, California. I'm currently in my driveway. I live in Fresno, and we're going to go check out some locations today, one of which I believe is going to be familiar to you. Okay, Orlando, where are we today?
Cross City. Cross City is my home church, and hopefully going to be the location of like 5 or 6 different scenes in the Shift.
All right, so a location scout is basically a preliminary walkthrough of a location that we may consider using for a scene. Really, you're looking for, is it going to meet the needs of the scene? Technical aspects, you know, where can we put the camera, where can we put up lights? Does it have everything we need? And then we're also trying to figure out like proximity to other locations. And other things, like how much can we get out of a single location? Because if we have to go to a bunch of locations, we have to move in between each scene. That's eating up a lot of time to pack everything up, get everything in the cars, drive, unload, reset in a new location. So at a place like this, the hope was we can get, you know, 3, 4, 5 locations in one spot.
We're here in the Cross City Worship Center. Our first church screening of the Shift was right here in this building. They are very, very excited about us shooting a number of scenes here. And this scene in here, we're going to see Kevin going to church for the first time. You're going to get a little bit more of his faith journey in the film. Just a little bit, just a taste of it. And one of those scenes is going to happen right here. This is Cross City's one of 2 baptismal pods, and we're going to use this one for a very special scene. Who's getting baptized? I'm not going to spoil that. The Cross City campus is so big. I'm out here at a baseball diamond, and this is actually, we're just right here in the back of the campus, and we're gonna use this. This wasn't originally in the script, but we're gonna use this diamond for a very specific, brief scene with Kevin. Kevin maybe being not so nice out here on this baseball diamond. Yeah, so I can see sticking the camera like up here, high angle, down on the field. We've got this kid who's like a pitcher out here on the mound. Well, I mean, obviously that's where pitchers go. He's out there on the mound, he screws up. Kevin marches from about here and marches out to him and just gets in the kid's face and just, you know, just screaming at him. Yeah, Kevin's kind of a jerk sometimes, so we want to show that.
Yeah, can I see that Kevin being angry again?
Check out this rooftop lounge slash what it's going to be for us, restaurant area. We got these great lights here that are shining across the top. We are on top of a roof right now. That's what's so cool. We're just across from the worship center. It's perfect for us for the proposal scene. We're going to see Kevin propose to Molly. Their relationship is just non-existent in the short, but in the feature film, it's a huge part of it. So it's pretty hard to catch rooftops this way. Yeah, I think what it is you start down here,
and you slowly come out,
and then you slowly come up to see him.
Yeah.
And then it's more like her POV, but you see him, and then you can see the rooftops, something like that. But
well,
anyway,
what you do is you have them stand. So it starts here, and you know she nods, and they stand up, and they embrace it. Now that's motivation for Cam to come up.
To come up, and then yeah.
And that's cool because then you can start low, and you can have this slowly rise, and they pop up, and you come up a lot. Up there.
And then you're seeing all the production value of the rooftop.
Yeah.
And hopefully you don't wreck the set while you're doing it. Okay, we're here at our second location for today, and we are back at a location that we actually used on the short film. And so why are we checking out again? Why would you go back to a place you already know? Well, the reason is because they've done a remodel, and we don't know how it's changed. We don't know what it looks like now. So we're gonna go in and check it out and see if it can still work for our purposes. And of course, that location is Country Waffles. This is the diner from the Shift short film. We are looking to return for the feature film. Let's see how it's changed. Okay, so the remodel definitely makes things look pretty different from what we did before. I can see where it helps them. It's much more modern looking, and I think that's probably better for their customer base. But for our purposes, it's lost some of the, you know, country feel. Some of the, it was pinks and flowers and greens when we were there. And although we erased a lot of the green, the pinks and the flowers really came through, especially in the wallpaper and the vases that were hanging. All that stuff is gone. So I think what we're going to have to do is what's called set deck, which is set decoration. We come in and we make things the way we want it to be. You know, some flowers, maybe build up some of the columns that are now gone. The contrast between what Satan is doing and the way this place looks, I think is a lot of why that diner scene works so well in the short film. And we want to keep that tension between, you know, something that's nice and pretty and pure and everything that Satan is doing. We want to keep that going into the feature film. So we're definitely looking at coming back here, but we're going to have to do some work to make it work. All right, so that's just a little bit of where we're going to be headed when we are actually shooting this thing. These are locations that we're getting either for free, Cross City Church, where you go to church, Orlando, or we're paying a very, very tiny amount for the use of it, which is going to be the Country Waffles Diner. It's people helping this film, basically donating their time and their property for our use, which is incredible. Some quick shout outs that we missed recently. We got Robert from Florida who invested $501, Teresa from New Hampshire who invested $102 twice, and Michael from New York who invested $174. Thank you, all of you, for partnering with us. Awesome. We are heading to $750,000. That is our goal. I can't believe that's even a realistic goal for us, but we have 5 hours to get there, and I honestly think we're going to do it.
I think so.
Orlando, before we let you go, I feel like we got to talk about, you kind of touched on this a little bit. You talked about, you know, this is a faith film, but this is not just a faith film. This is also a science fiction film. Some people have a problem with that. I talked with Dallas Jenkins last night about this, and I'm going to be rerunning some of that conversation a little bit later tonight. You'll get Dallas's perspective on the whole science fiction versus faith thing. But I'm curious what your thoughts are on all that.
Yeah. No, I love it. I love the idea that we can fuse two things that I thoroughly enjoy. You know, the kinds of movies that I love the most are sci-fi movies. You know, really strong, character-driven drama, sci-fi stories. It just does something for me. You know, there's enough realism and enough fantasy and make-believe that just makes it larger than life and makes it exciting. And you know, and so I'm constantly pondering about this because it does come up from time to time, and there's objections to it. And I think the best, easiest way that I can kind of simplify it is, if it makes it any easier, just think of it as a straight up sci-fi film, but with a spiritual bent. You know, every movie, drama, comedy, or otherwise, they all have some kind of an underlying message that they're trying to communicate. They all have an agenda, so to speak. They all have worldviews that they're coming from. They all have ideals that they're propagating. We just happen to do one that's faith-based. We have one that's about God, that's about Christianity, you know, and I don't know if that makes things easier, but I think where some of the objection comes from is if we call this a faith-based film, and then we sprinkle in all this fiction, which is what it is, it's fiction. We're not saying this is real. We're clearly claiming that this is not real. This is made up for entertainment's sake and for storytelling's sake.
Well, and there are a number of touchstones within the film that are supposed to indicate to you as the viewer that this is fiction. This is not somebody proposing a new theology. That's not what I'm doing. It's fiction. It's science fiction.
Right. And so if the where people are getting uneasy is that feeling that, well, by integrating that into a faith-based film, you dilute and you destroy. It's no longer a faith-based film. Aside from the fact that I would disagree with that, I think it's easier to just look at it as, we are making a sci-fi film. Now, would you rather us have a worldly, unethical, purely secular message and underpinning in it, or would you rather us take all of that and make that biblical and make that theological? And again, it's with liberty. But the point is, the underlying message and the morals of the story and the underlying points that we're trying to make are all biblical. Not what is actually happening, but what the point that we're trying to make is.
Right.
The devil tempts. The devil wants to ruin your life. God is there to save you. It may not be when and how or as loud as you want him to be, but he will come through. And you know, sometimes he doesn't, and sometimes you just got to go through it. Those are the things that we are conveying through this narrative, through this fiction, that are 100% true, that are thoroughly real. That is the reality we live in. Those things, and those things that are what we're conveying through a fictional story.
Right. And there's so much power in fiction. Fiction has the power to teach us things in a new and different way, to awaken us to the truths, in some cases the deeper truths that have been there the entire time that perhaps we didn't see when, you know, somebody just said it, or a preacher just preached it, or, you know, a teacher just taught it. There's a difference between saying be kind to people and help them, and then watching It's a Wonderful Life. I watch It's a Wonderful Life, and I get to the end of that film, and I'm like, man, I want to be a better person. I'm inspired. I want to go out there, and I want to help whoever I can. And I want to look out for people who are struggling, and I want to be there for them. Whereas if somebody just says, hey, you need to look out for people and be there for them. Okay, I agree with that, but I'm not inspired in the same way that I just was after 2 hours of watching George Bailey go through what he went through. And that's the power of story to me, is that, yes, these truths are accessible free of the fictions that we're surrounding them with, but the fictions can enhance and can teach and can bring home and embed themselves within our minds and our souls in a way that nothing else can. That's why I'm a storyteller.
Absolutely.
That's why I want to do
Absolutely.
it, because I know the power of
Absolutely.
story, and we all know the power of story, but sometimes we get caught up in other things and we forget
Right.
and what they can really do and how they work. They work largely with metaphor and allegory, but just about any story you can think of is using that in some way or form. And the shift to me is using allegory in particular in a really obvious way. But some people still miss it, and I get it. And look, if the film isn't for you, if you're like, yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying, but I really don't like this film.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
move
fair.
on. Totally move
Totally
on.
fair.
You know,
Totally fair.
it's not for you.
Yeah.
It's not for you.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be for other people.
Right, and I think that's ultimately where we want to settle on. Right, is it's not going to be for everyone. Not everyone likes the genre. Not everyone likes the blending of the genres. But that doesn't mean that what we're making is bad. What we're making is inappropriate. I think those are two very, very distinct things that we need to be able to separate. It's not for me, and this shouldn't exist. Those are not mutually exclusive.
Right. Those shouldn't go together.
They shouldn't go together, right? You know, and I think too, we have a tendency to do this with secular films, anyways, right? Like you watch a movie that doesn't necessarily have a faith underpinning or moral disposition, you can still extrapolate from that story something very positive, something that is encouraging to your soul, and you can choose to pull that, because that's what stories do. You know, I think of one of my favorite movies that I love to watch over and over, even though it's an emotional roller coaster, is Arrival, right?
Yeah.
And
great movie.
And forget about aliens, forget about time distortion in circular time as non-linear. Take all that away. At the end of the movie, what I come away with is it doesn't matter what happens in life and all the tragedies that come with it. The time you have with your family is worth it.
It's worth it.
Even if you know something terrible is going to happen, the time you do have is worth it. And I walk away from that and like, I want to go spend time with my kids, right? Like I want to enjoy, I want to savor every moment.
Enjoy every minute, because it could end.
Minute.
Yeah.
Because it could end. And to a certain extent, that's what they're trying to, what they want you to take away from it, but they're not doing that from a faith standpoint, right? They're not doing that from a moral standpoint. It's just good storytelling, and that's an emotional ride. But we can do that, but be intentional about injecting faith and injecting God and injecting the biblical truths that are told through fiction. We can do that.
Yeah, we can, and we should. I think we have a responsibility to do that. I think we have a responsibility to express faith in a number of ways. My favorite thing that Dallas said last night, that you'll be hearing him say again when we run that interview, is, what shouldn't you mix with faith? To people who object to mixing science fiction and faith, what shouldn't faith be mixed with? And I don't have a good answer to that question, except nothing. There's nothing that you shouldn't mix with faith. Faith should permeate everything we do. If we want a society that is reliant and looks to God, then we need to have God within all of it. That's what I'd like to see, and I don't see why we should say, God, you can't come in here. God, not allowed. Like, that's crazy.
Well, and I love that gray area, that melding of it. The reclamation, if you will. And have to be put in this box, and faith and spirituality has to stay here, and then there's the rest of the world. Like that's not even what we're told to do, right? We're told to live in the world, not be of the world. But I think this is living in the world. This is creating. This is doing something that the rest of the world is used to seeing. They're used to seeing sci-fi, high production value, good storytelling, engaging, entertaining cinema, and we're in that world. But we're infusing in God and our faith into that mix, and it's slowly taking back territory.
Yep. Awesome, man. I appreciate your perspective. The thing that everybody needs to know about me in Orlando is that we could honestly just sit here and just start talking to each other all night, and we wouldn't even notice you're all there. These are the types of discussions we have just on our own.
On a regular basis, yeah.
On a regular basis.
We wait till after the kids and the wives go to bed. So
yeah. Oh gosh, how many times have I been up to like 3 a.m. and I'm like, Orlando, what are we doing? Like, we got to go to bed, man.
It's true. It's true.
No, but I appreciate you, sir. And I don't know how tonight's going. I don't know how long we'll be going tonight. I may just have to drag you back in here so that we can talk some more.
Yeah.
But for now, as we're rocketing towards 750,000 with new investments, I'm seeing Tara from Indiana for 399, Cheyenne from Utah for 102, Chandra from South Carolina for 102, and Craig from Texas for 501. All of them have partnered with us just in the last 5 or 10 minutes. And I'm sure there's more than that I missed, and I apologize to you if I did. But any final thoughts before I kick you out of here for now?
I want some airtime with Aaron.
You want some airtime with Aaron?
Yeah. I think the conversations are better when I get to tee up some stuff for her to go to town on you with.
All right, I should probably not do this, but I'll go get her and I'll drag her in here and I'll give you guys a little bit of crosstalk time. So I'm gonna leave, which means you're the host, and you've got to spin plates until I get back. So I'll be right back.
Okay, well, now that he's gone, I can talk honestly about him, and I can tell you all the things that I don't like about him. This is all just show. No, for real. Back.
You're not gonna be able to get that one out.
Brock's a good dude, and if you guys haven't figured it out,
not back yet. We got to get her a chair. You see, you messed up my whole transition.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Hey.
I'm going rogue.
Can you hear me?
Here.
I was gonna say I can hear nothing.
Nothing? Okay, now can you hear me?
I can't hear you. Should we lock the door and kick him out?
Yes. I think you need to take over. Yeah, I told him, I was like, I know Erin's coming on next, but you got to give me some screen time with her because it's a lot more fun when I get to tee up some Brock jokes and you just take them home.
It's so true, and I feel like I feel like I should lock the door and not let him back in, and we should just do a real question and answer.
Too late. I'm already here.
I failed.
So, Erin, how are you feeling with all of this?
I have this day circled in my calendar with exclamation points, and I was determined to be pleased one way or another, but the number is certainly improving my life.
Yeah. And I think one thing that people don't fully grasp and appreciate is just how much this weighs on your family, and how much on the home front you got to pick up a lot of slack. Like this is very, very taxing for Brock. As much as I'm able to help, there's just a lot that he just got to do on his own, and all the emails and all the phone calls and all the scheduling with people, setting up these meetings, figuring out questions to keep things interesting. Like it's more than a full-time job. And so I want to make sure people understand that that there is a lot of sacrifice in this on our end. This isn't just sit back and watch money roll in and we're off to the races. Like, this is work.
Wouldn't that be amazing if that's how it was?
I would that'd be great. Like let's if we can find out.
But then everybody would do it.
That.
Yeah. Then everybody would do it, and it is an insane amount of work and effort and sacrifice for everyone in the house.
We have a daughter coming in.
Speaking of which, okay, Scoot, we're live
say
on
hi.
there.
Say hi.
Hey.
Hi.
There we go.
Yeah, no, it's massive.
Our little actress.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. She was in a commercial a couple years ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was good.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. So before I go, we need one good Brock story, Aaron. He's not going to tee it up, so I got to tee it up.
One good. How do I pick?
I made detailed outlines of this whole evening. Like, I don't know what's.
How do I pick just one? Have you unmuted yourself tonight?
No, I've done well.
Oh,
I mean, yes, I have unmuted myself. I have not screwed it up yet.
Well, I'll tell you, good people, that he brought me beautiful flowers this afternoon, and I said thank you, and then said, "Is this a bribe to not say bad things about you on the live?"
A little bit, probably a little bit.
And he said, "No."
And he goes, "No, this is the bribe."
Seriously, no. He's. I'm trying to think. I don't like off the cuff. I can't think of anything appropriate to share.
I've never done anything wrong. I can't even say that with a straight face.
I will say that I was convinced, and still am a little, that this entire project has been crafted and created as a way to excuse all the things he forgets to do.
That is 50% true.
Yeah, like this was one great big, see, it's not my fault, like globally. And you all are, funding it, so.
funding his excuses.
Yeah. And thank you. And I thank you for it.
That's awesome. Well, Aaron, I love chatting with you as much as I love chatting with Brock, and thank you for giving him up to all of us. And what would you call us? Work husbands?
Yes.
I appreciate you sharing.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate you joining us tonight.
I'm jumping out.
Sounds good. We will see you later.
All righty.
Bye.
Take it easy.
All right, so now you are stuck with me and Aaron here. Stuck. Well, without Orlando, it's not.
Carla from California invested $150.
Hey, thank you, Carla. Who else have we been missing? We've got. Craig.
It's up here.
Yeah, we got it up here. So we got Craig from Texas who invested $501. Thank you, Craig.
I love these random and one numbers.
Well, yeah, it's just because it's all multiples of 3. That's
why. Got it.
Derek from Texas partnered with us for $2,001. Thank you, Derek. Jeffrey from Ohio invested $252.
We look terrible staring up at the wall.
It's not a great angle. I need to get another monitor that's on the side. But
have you been doing that the whole time?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's not the best look, but I
nothing
shaved.
up your nose.
Kind of. Clean my nose. Jeffrey from Ohio invested $252. Carla from California $150. So
whoop, whoop.
It just keeps going up. Let's do a quick check here. You can invest right now, and by the way, you have. Now almost just a little over 4 hours, and this is over. There will be no more opportunities to invest in the shift, as far as I know. Certainly not tomorrow, and certainly not for the near future. Well, I only say that because I said never again once before, and then here we are.
And here we are.
So, but I do not currently see it happening. I think it's highly unlikely. So if you want to get in, now really is the time. So where are we right now? We have a goal of $750,000, and we are sitting right now at, drum roll please, $746,764. We are so close to hitting our goal.
Yeah, that number makes me a little bonkers.
I can't believe that's a real number, but it is.
Yeah.
And I think we're actually going to hit our goal tonight.
Can I go rogue for a minute?
Sure.
Hey,
why not? This is a celebration. It doesn't matter what we do. We're just having fun here.
Hey, Roper Kirby, I sent you an email through Facebook, but we're not friends yet, so you may not have seen it. Please respond.
Okay. I feel like now we have to explain and show who Roper Kirby is. So Roper is an investor.
FR, is that for real? I don't know text lingo.
I don't know either. Roper is a thank you, Bradley from North Carolina, who just invested $102. Little wonky on our counter there, but we can read it clearly on our screen. Roper is a fan and an investor in the shift, and
I'm a fan of Ropers.
And you're a fan of Ropers because of a very special video that we released last week. We released the script to the full feature film, and you can read it for the next 4 hours on our website, angelstudios.com/theshift, or you can listen to it. And I asked a number of fans if they would just send me a quick 30-second video showing their reaction to the script after reading it. And I got a number of submissions in, some of them over 30 seconds, some of them way over 30 seconds, like Roper, who sent me in a 13.5-minute reaction video.
And it was gold.
That is pure gold. And I edited and cut up all of these videos and put them into a super video to show you the reactions to the script. So let's since we're talking about Roper and some people may not have seen that video, let's check that video out. This is reactions to the feature film script spoiler free, no spoilers. Okay, so you can watch this safely and not worry that you're going to be spoiled at all. Okay, here we go. Where is that video? Right there. Here we go.
There's times in stories that you'll read something or you'll watch something, you'll be engaged with something, and you'll be like, okay, this is good, this is entertaining, or this is a sufficient way to spend 2 hours of your life type thing. The Shift, it's made out of magic.
Hi, so I just finished reading the script for The Shift.
I don't think I've ever read 127 pages that quickly.
And I love it. I got angry when someone interrupted me.
I even skipped some of my work.
Brock did this crazy thing. He did this crazy thing to where he put his script out online, which is crazy. Who does that? That is, I've never heard of that, and I can't really understand it. Anyways, I hope that's a great idea. I think it will be.
Hey, Matthew S. Nelson here. I want to talk to you about Brock Heasley's script for his feature film, The Shift.
Awesome. The Shift is not just science fiction. It is excellent, profoundly rich and stirring science fiction.
The Shift is basically a love story.
Whether you're a drama, action, sci-fi, no matter what kind of film you enjoy, this film is for you.
The short version, that short movie that we got, you have seen nothing yet.
It goes from there and takes you off a cliff into this crazy adventure that's filled with action and twists and turns and reveals all the way until the very end of the story.
Our lives and our reality are based on all of our choices and how we handle temptation. The Shift makes that quite obvious.
Truth just buried in it like treasures for us to find.
What keeps us looking for ways to help others when we ourselves feel helpless? How can we find the strength and motivation to keep taking up that cross, knowing each step may bring us closer to the place where we will hang from it?
So this will shift perspectives, shift attitudes, and shift a lot of things.
And it is so amazing. Part where he says, deny him one more time. I was like, oh.
Don't judge me, Satan.
The fact that the worldview of the film is robustly Christian makes it even better, because that is not a viewpoint often represented in the genre.
When I heard this was a Christian film, I was very, very skeptical.
The godly message amplified by The Shift is not sugar-coated and not predictable like the typical film of faith.
Everything that could have been cheesy wasn't. It wasn't. Seriously. And that's very good work.
I'm not even a sci-fi fan, but the writing is exceptional, and it hooked me from the very beginning and kept me captivated to the very last word.
It had me on the edge of my seat. It gave me chills.
This script is fantastic. Brock, you're brilliant.
Brock Heasley, this guy, he has, he's done something magical. The dude's made out of magic.
The pace is almost frantic. The dialogue is smart.
I've never hurt anybody my whole life.
No, but you have such potential. You're a halfway decent guy. It's the other half I'm particularly fond of.
The characters are real humans with real-world imperfections.
And the ending was just superb. I love it.
I walked into my house, and my dad was sitting in his chair, and I told him, I'm like, I think this is the most impressive thing I've ever read.
But I want to see it on the big screen in the theater.
Can't wait to see this made into a feature film.
I want to see this as a film today, tomorrow. I mean, right now. I want to watch it right now.
This does well for the religion. This is good PR for Christians, for us.
So thrilled that I'm already invested in it.
I strongly urge you to be a part of getting this film made.
Make it now.
Invest, support, pray, help with this mission.
And I hope that you'll join us.
The dude's made out of magic. That's what I'm telling you.
All right, so
that is very good work. I want to take it. I want Brock to splice it because I'm a comm teacher and I want to use it as feedback for my students. I want them to open up the feedback and have Roper's face saying, "That's very good work."
Yes, Roper did make that video very fun.
Yes.
But those are reactions, actual reactions to people who have read the entire script for the Shift feature film. You have 4 hours to read it, and then we're going to pull it. So if you haven't read it,
no pressure.
No pressure. But and I can tell you that it takes 3 hours to listen to it if you want to listen to the audio version. So technically speaking, if you were to start it right now, you would have enough time to then invest after you listen to it. Or you can just take their word for it and just make the leap of faith and come in with us tonight.
Sorry, I want to respond to this person, Sarah Monahan.
We can't do that.
I know. Sorry, I needed to see it. She asked a question. I'm a comm teacher. I teach communication.
Communication. Okay. Yes. I feel like there was another question somewhere here that I saw. Here I am doing the thing I just asked you not to do. This is terrible.
Don't do that. It doesn't look good on the live.
I know it doesn't. There was a good question. Oh, we only have until the end of the day to read your script. Yes, you only have until the end of the day. That's it. So we're gonna pull it. But we invite you to go ahead and turn us off if you want and check it out. Or you can. No.
If you're Jennifer Garner, you can call me.
No.
Yeah.
Well, okay, yes.
If you're Jennifer Garner, you can call me.
I would love to have that conversation. Did we already shout out Melanie from California? You've thrown me off my game. I don't even know what I'm doing.
sorry. She invested $126. Whoop, whoop.
Thank you, Melanie. So, Aaron, a little bit of background on you. How long have we known each other now?
Oh, gosh. 23 years?
23 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah, over half our lives.
Because I'm only like 28.
Right. So I've known you since you were 5. That's when we met in college.
I'm very smart.
Very, very smart. Very young looking.
Yeah, it's been 23 years.
Yeah, 23 years.
That's wild.
And for you, this whole thing we're doing right now, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but it's safe to say this was not really in our life plans.
No.
Making a movie, going into filmmaking, some people say to me, "Oh, this must be the fulfillment of a dream," and it's like, yes and no. The fulfillment of a recent dream, yes. Of a lifelong dream since I was a kid, no. This is not something that I ever thought I would do, and it's not something that we ever thought that we would get into. Because when one spouse gets into something, the other spouse has to get into it as well. There's no separating there.
No.
So yes, Jennifer, we are still sharing iPod. Yeah. What do you call it? I can't think of the name all of a sudden. AirPods. We're sharing AirPods. Because we don't have another compare right now. But yeah, so this is unusual.
Because this is a high budget gig around here.
This is a high budget gig. Yeah. This is our bedroom. So the shift and its creation, and coming out of my brain into the world, not at a great time for us. Can you? I know you've shared this story before, but we have a lot of new people here tonight. Can you just talk a little bit about just your perspective on how this came to be and what everything was for you and what it was like for you?
So I talked about this the last time I was here, so bear with me if y'all have heard this story before, but I was in my first semester of my master's program for communication and working, and Brock had been doing a haunted house, and the haunted house had been horrific. In the sense that it
was a blast.
It was so fun for him. It was.
You came. You worked some nights there.
I came. I worked for free. I sure did.
You had fun.
Okay.
It wasn't fun less.
It wasn't fun in the sense that it was like a lot of businesses are, and this is no knock to the haunted house itself. It was beautifully put together and lovingly designed, but we were partial owners in it, so we got paid if it made money, and it made enough money to pay off what it needed to pay off, but not to pay us. And so Brock had worked from beginning of August to the end of October on spec, and it hadn't paid off, and I was in grad school and our kids were little, and it was hard. And at the end of that, I finally thought, okay, good, he can finally check back in and I can kind of check out because I've got all of this grad work that's drowning me. And instead he said, I'm going to write a short film and film it, and that's going to be for free too. And my reaction was not terribly supportive. I mean, I wanted him to be able to do it. The idea was exciting, but working for money seemed more exciting at the time.
Imagine that.
Call me crazy. But it had just come after and we had been jobless in the traditional sense for about a year and some change at that point. And so I was really ready for his life to get back to a traditional 9 to 5. Like that's what I wanted. But God had other plans.
Yeah. Real quick before I want to continue on that thread, but we just got a really interesting message from Father Taylor, who is a pastor in Saint.
Ooh, do it. Try it. Wenceslaus?
Wenceslaus? Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. Father Taylor, I apologize.
Oh, you just went Southern in that apology.
Did I?
Father Taylor?
I am not from the South.
I'm sorry.
His church is in Omaha, Nebraska, and he just sent us this note. He sent this to our moderator. He said, "Hey, Brad," who's our moderator, "I finally had a chance to watch this, and I really enjoyed it. To me, it seemed like a modern-day Screwtape Letters plus The Great Divorce, a compliment for sure. When I studied The Great Divorce, my professor explained to me that many people see the enemy and hell in a very Dante/Italian manner, red hot, passionate, intense, impressive. But the English C.S. Lewis paints a very different picture of the enemy and hell in The Great Divorce, a more English hell, bland, bleak, gray, and lonely. I find something similar in this short film, which is very helpful to my imagination. When the protagonist set all his money on the counter, I was reminded of the sinful Zacchaeus, who resolved to pay back all he owed and to make amends for his extortion. I'm eager to see how this project develops. Please let me know if there's any other way I can be of assistance." Now, here's the thing you need to know about Father Taylor.
Other than the fact that he is a really good writer.
Other than the fact that he's a really good writer, and I had a lot of fun reading his words.
And a father.
So Father Taylor, back when The Chosen was just a young lad and had just started out, he made a video. I think I'm getting this right. Please correct me, Brad, if I'm wrong. He made a video in which he talked about The Chosen, and that video went viral. And he helped The Chosen go viral. So the fact that Father Taylor has now watched The Shift and is having those kinds of thoughts and feelings and wants to support what we're doing.
That's super cool.
That's amazing. Now, we have 4 hours to go. I don't know what Father Taylor can do in the next 4 hours.
I think Father Taylor could do a lot.
He probably could. But we also know that there's a long road ahead of us to getting this film made and released. And I'm just excited that we have somebody like that now who's in our corner.
And his congregation, right?
Yeah, well, I assume he'll tell them all about us. But yeah, that's...
Maybe Father Taylor could send us a pronunciation guide for where he lives.
Yes, because holy crud, do I have no idea how to pronounce that.
Wenceslaus? I don't know.
Gosh, we're missing all kinds of investments. Dorothy from Indiana invested $501. Adapero from, what is that? Minnesota invested $201. Nikita from Florida.
Your name, Nikita.
I hope it's pronounced that way because that's super cool. Nikita from Florida invested $501, and Christina from Ohio invested $102. That has got to put us close to $4.
That's $1,002.
Oh, $1,002. Oh my goodness. Sorry, that was very demonstrative.
It was very exciting.
Okay, what does that put us at? Drum roll, please. We are now at, oh my gosh, we're at 749,197. Are we going to make it to our goal?
Saint Wenceslaus.
Saint Wenceslaus. Thank you, Brad. Saint Wenceslaus. We definitely butchered that.
We didn't get anywhere close.
No, we didn't. We did not.
Sorry, Father Taylor.
So, okay, Aaron, getting back to your story.
Yes.
The Shift was not something that you were excited about, justifiably so.
No.
It was a bad time for us financially.
Emotionally, spiritually, physically.
It was. I honestly, looking back at our lives, I'm trying to think of like what would have been a worse time.
Oh, I don't think there would have been.
I don't think there would have been.
Maybe
a worse
like
time.
right after our child was born.
Yes, there you go.
From an emergency C-section.
Sure, that would have been a bad time.
Maybe that would have been worse, but other than that, no, you picked the worst.
Picked the worst time to make a short film for no money. In fact, we were out $500. That for us, I mean, look, back then $500 for us was a massive amount of money.
And Brock didn't like start with that it's going to cost us money. It was like I'm going to do a short film and everyone's going to volunteer. And I was like like after I got to the okay, then like a week later he was like, "But I got to feed everybody."
I forgot about that.
So, it's going to cost money. And I was like, "Sure." No, I was not. It sure was not what I said. It was rough.
Yeah.
It was rough. It was not pretty.
But we made it, and it happened, and then we entered like what was a year I think of post production where I was fiddling with the edit and the music and everything.
And after the ask for the food, and I got around the food, then he's like, "And I need you to be in it."
Oh yeah, that's right. Erin is actually in it. She plays Molly. Oh my goodness, the messages are pouring in. I've got to read this. Okay, so this is. I'm going to try to show this to you. This is a note that we just got from Selah, Orlando's.
Wait, it's all blown out.
Oh, it's all blown out. You can't read it. But
they understand.
It's a handwritten note from Selah, Orlando's oldest daughter. And she says, "Dear everyone who is working on the shift, I love the video you already have of the shift. I really want the movie to be a reality." I know it's not. Ooh! I know. It's a kid. Come on, it's a kid. She says, "I know it's not much, but..."
I'll do it. "But I hope it helps just a little. I want to contribute to this amazing soon-to-be film. Sincerely, Selah Gomez." And then she says, "P.S. I'm just a kid, in case you were wondering." And she donated her money.
There's $1.
Ugh.
Yeah. So I don't know what Orlando's going to do with that $1, but that is just about the sweetest thing that's happened today.
So sweet.
Today's been a pretty good day.
Yeah, it has.
So thank you, Selah. If you're watching right now, thank you very much. You have gotten me weepy, and I try very hard not to do that. So good job.
You've done that every live I've been on. What are you talking about?
Look, I didn't say I don't do it. I said I try not to do it. There's a difference. All right, let's see. We got a question.
Oh yeah,
here.
people want to move the line now to 800,000.
Okay, well, I was gonna wait till we actually hit 750 to announce that, but you've just gone ahead and done it ahead of me. So Melissa says, "Ooh, I think 800K needs to be the new goal." We have not hit 750
plus
yet.
$1. Yep, plus Selah's daughter.
Plus Selah's daughter.
Someone suggested that we frame it.
We should.
With the note. I think that's a brilliant idea.
We should. I like that a lot.
Because someday, y'all, I have this dream that the shift won't be in my bedroom anymore. And that it will have, like, a location.
A place where we can go?
Yeah. Like a place that you'll go to. Mm-hmm. Like, that's not my room. And not at the foot of my bed. And it can hang there.
Yes. That would be wonderful.
Dreams.
Okay, we've got a question here from the website. Let me make sure that I can answer this. You
I was going to say, this is live air, my
darling. I know, but this is coming at me live.
I guess this is my job. Yeah, so anyway, we went to the store and haggled over which snacks the crew needed and which snacks the crew could do without so that we could spend the least amount of money on this production. It was that level of intense. In fact, the steak that Travis eats as Satan was probably the most expensive purchase, and I pushed for the cheapest cut of meat possible.
Poor Travis.
But like that's where we were. It was a time where we were scraping pennies together, and so to spend our own money on food was asinine. And then it was, "Will you be in it?" And I finally said, "Fine." And then it was, and we're shooting it at our house.
Yeah, that's our kitchen.
Brock was like, "How far can I push her? She keeps saying yes."
Yeah.
What else can we get to?
So, and you were working on a master's degree, so you literally performed Molly, in a couple hours, and then kicked us all out, and then kept working on your master's.
Pretty much, yeah. I was studying in the makeup chair.
Yeah.
It was a really, really intense time.
It was a really intense time. Okay, question we have here from the website. I've digested it. I know how to answer it now. Colin asks, with the private investors, is our investment going to be diluted, or will our shares be valuable when and if the show makes profits? So could we make money for many years if it is a hit and gets distributed different ways over the years? The answer to that is yes. Yes, that is exactly the goal. We just hit $750,000. I'm pretty sure about that.
Did you lie? You're not the best at math?
No, I'm not that bad at math.
Oh, we did it!
$750,109 with 4 hours to go.
Bonkers.
We hit 700.
I know.
Like 2 hours ago?
I know.
Or something.
Crazy. Thank you, Kenneth from Utah, who invested $702.
Yes.
And Anita from Tennessee, who invested $210.
Yes. Thank you, both of you. Oh my gosh, you put us over the top. So, okay, Melissa, who messaged us earlier, has set our new goal for us.
Oh, Melissa.
Melissa, I don't know. This is crazy. We have 4 hours, which is enough time, but it's also bumping up against midnight. So, but,
West Coast time.
But but Melissa believes in us, and so I'm going to choose to believe in Melissa. And we are setting our new goal for $800,000 for the night.
But to be clear, like, I'm going to be happy with all of it.
Yeah, we're going to be
happy. Oh my gosh, my mom just sent the text too. Are y'all going to hit 800,000? Back off, people.
Well, look, there's nothing we can do. All we can do is sit here and talk
and watch it
and watch it happen. So, but we're with you guys on this. If we want to hit 800, I say let's hit 800. But look, we can't make it happen. All we can do is talk to you and show videos and tell stories and talk about the team and things like that. I need you to share this. I need you to go out there and tell people about what's happening, drag them in. You want to watch the short again later? We'll watch the short again later. Tell me somebody's coming who's new, who hasn't seen it. I'll flip it on.
This is my bedroom, though, so I can't go to bed until...
Yeah, Aaron can't go to bed until we finish this.
Like, right over there.
Yeah. So, I don't actually sleep, so it doesn't matter to me. But
but I try.
Yeah, but you try. Another question we've got here from Samuel. I saw the word subscription. Is it a one-time payment or a recurring payment? Great question, Samuel. Subscription is a word you might see in the offering documents, and it's really just a legal term that I don't honestly totally understand because I'm not a lawyer, but it does not mean that you are subscribing with your investment to make additional recurring investments. The investment that you make is a single investment. It is the one time when you hit that button and you submit the money.
Greg's about to get hit.
That is all that it happens.
Aaron will have a coffee.
I forgot to cut back to us. Okay. So yes, it is a one-time investment, which isn't the same as saying that you can't invest again. You can invest more than one times, but of course, midnight tonight, that's no longer true. It's over and it's done with. But the subscription is not language that means that you're promising to invest more than once. It's a great question.
Because I would think that too.
I'm very glad that he asked it.
Yeah, I would think that too.
Okay, what else we got here? Oh, my phone's wigging out on me. We're live. Everybody's just gonna have to understand it.
You're funny.
Okay. Let's see this one. Okay, interesting. This is a question from Melissa to Aaron.
To me?
I believe it is you because I'm not really in the film except for a very brief cameo that nobody even recognizes me. Was your irritation brought out in the film?
Oh yeah, it was a great role to play because I was pretty frustrated and pretty exhausted and pretty stressed out and just... It was one of those weird times in life that it's been a lot like the last year where you just feel stretched beyond what you think you can stretch to. And so every little thing felt like one more pull and one more like ask and one more push. And so when he told me he needed me to be an irritated, cranky wife, I was like, method acting.
I just knew somehow she could pull it off.
Although he was not pleased with my performance. He had me do it like 18,000 times.
That is true. I think we did 16 takes of that. Now, to be fair, it's a oneer, which means there's no cuts.
True.
Now, usually when you're shooting a scene, there's multiple angles you're shooting it from, and as a director, I'm thinking to myself...
Roper thought I was great.
Well, I think you did great too, but eventually. But... Well, no, just because we did multiple takes.
I think it's also important to remember, too, in his multiple takes, that was the first scene he had ever directed in the history of ever.
Well, no, first narrative scene.
Yeah, yes, ever. Like, ever.
True.
Ever.
That's
and
true.
So I think some of it might have been him. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's possible. I'm not going to say I'm the best director.
But yeah, I mean,
especially not then.
You guys have seen the behind the scenes. There was a guy up on my ceiling, and there were people everywhere, and Greg threw the spoon so hard he like dented my wall. Which now is like a fun family like.
Well, wait a minute. Has everybody seen the behind the scenes? Is there anybody watching right now who hasn't seen the behind the scenes?
Well, I've seen it 1,000 times.
Well, you have.
But
I feel like if you're going to mention something like that, we have to share it with people so they can see. So here is behind the scenes of the making of the Shift short film. Yeah, you go back into the garage there in the laundry room.
So this is gonna be here.
That's just gonna be there.
We're ready.
Okay, ready? All right. Sound ready.
Speed.
Camera. Whoa. Camera speed.
All right, The Shift, scene 1, take 1. Mark.
Wait.
Your Bobby Pin, your Bobby Pin, and your Punk A Bobby Pin.
I shared my bacon with him. Give me some bacon right here. Bacon. In case you don't know our names, my name is Sully.
You know what it is. I don't want to know your name.
This is Andrew.
Everyone stop moving. It's perfect. Right there. Freeze. Unfreeze. All right, that is how we made the shift.
I think you really get a sense of what a high budget gig it was when
Yes.
you watch the behind the scenes.
Yeah. I'll never forget when we did the premiere, and one of the actors, Mark, who's sitting there by the door of the diner, who shakes hands with Satan. We watched the film, and he raised his hand afterwards to we had a brief Q&A, and he raised his hand and he said, So I was there and watching it all happen and I thought, okay, it's a film. And then he gestured toward the screen. He said, but I didn't think it was going to be all that. because it didn't probably seem that impressive.
No.
When we were filming, it didn't look that impressive.
Anna from Missouri invested $501. Rebecca from Texas, $252, and is it Kesha from North Carolina. invested $102. Kesha, I'm sorry if I just said your name wrong.
Yes. And Lael from California invested $105. Here we go. Kathy from Texas, just right now, $501. They are the investments are pouring in. People,
yeah, they are.
People are getting the idea. Oh crud, we're out of time. We got to come in. And if you want to invest, go to angelstudios.com/theshift. If that's too hard to remember, I'll tell you another secret URL you can use. angel.com/theshift. Is that too hard to remember?
Is that a secret?
That is not a secret. But I'll tell you one that is a secret. Shiftmovie.net.
Oh.
Will also take you there.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's a new one.
Yes. Fun fact, too, for those of you that were commenting about our boom mic operator on my ceiling, we did not know that was a secure way to sit.
That was like a load-bearing platform.
Yeah, until he got up there. I walked in and he was already there. So
we were like, well, we found that out.
It was rough.
Yeah.
It was rough.
We got a question on the website from, let me get it here, Terry. She or he, I'm not sure. I am very interested in backing this project. Is there any way to proceed without providing my social security number? So this is a question we get once in a while, and I'm always happy to answer it on a live stream. You want to answer it?
Yeah.
Do you know the answer?
Do I know the answer?
Okay, go ahead.
Without your social security number, we can't pay you. So the idea is that once you invest, we want to be able to pay you back and pay you with your dividend, and we can't pay you without a social security number. So it has to be there. But I know the whole spiel, but no one's going to do anything with it. We don't see it. It just kind of goes into the vault until it's time to pay you.
Yeah. It's to tie your investment to your identity. It's what the SEC requires, and it's what the bank requires in order to receive the money. So, and that's just because it's an investment. It's not a donation.
Don't put your... take it down.
I'm pretty sure that's not Roper's actual social security number.
I hope so. That is not very good work.
Michael is asking, how did you get involved with Angel Productions? I think Michael means Angel Studios, which is the studio co-founded by Neil Harmon, who we saw earlier, and his brother Jeffrey Harmon. So I got involved with Neil and Jeffrey when I saw that Angel Studios was looking for projects to put onto VidAngel, the website, but also projects to basically do exactly what we're doing, fund and to make into something bigger. And I thought, and I had seen The Chosen. I saw The Shepherd, the pilot for The Chosen. That was all they had at that point. And I thought, you know what, tonally, that's not too far off from The Shift. I mean, The Shift's very different from The Chosen, but I thought this is really quality faith-based stuff that isn't afraid to show kind of the grittiness and the gnarliness of what it is to be a person of faith. And I watched that and I thought, you know what, The Shift, these guys might actually see in The Shift what I see. And up to that point, nobody really saw anything in The Shift. I mean, people enjoyed it, but they're like, this movie doesn't fit any category. How are you can't really do anything with it.
I think the short answer to your... Brock stalked Angel Studios until they paid attention to him.
That's not true.
It's totally
No, that is not what that is a misrepresentation. I submitted the film and it got to one of the people who was looking at submitted projects, and that person is Brad, who is our moderator right now. Brad,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Brad was the first person at what was then called VidAngel, was the first person to watch The Shift. And he watched The Shift, and he immediately had a moment, because if I remember correctly, Brad has told me this story, he had a fight with his wife earlier that day. Not a knockdown, drag-out fight, but
Brad, that makes me love you even more.
They had a disagreement. And so he watched this film, and it connected with him immediately. And he went to Neil and Jeff, and he said, guys, you've got to see this. And the next thing I knew, I was on the phone with Neil and Jeff, and we were talking about how to make it into a feature film.
And my favorite part of that phone conversation, because I got to be there and listen on speakerphone, I promised to be good that day. I didn't go rogue. I shut my mouth and stood in the corner. But my favorite part was when they asked what the budget was.
Yeah, because they didn't know.
Yeah.
So. And they asked me, you got to finish the story.
Well, they said, what was the budget? And we said $500. And it got they were like, I'm sorry, what? Excuse me?
And then I told them again, and then they just started laughing.
Yeah.
It was not what they expected.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Which is good. That's good. I don't want people to think it. That's why I don't usually, up until recently, I usually don't really talk about the budget because
because
I don't want you to be prejudiced against it.
Because if we had paid people what their talent level was,
it would have cost way more than that.
It would have been astronomical.
Yeah.
So really, it's neither here nor there what the budget was.
No.
It was just a labor of love by everyone. Mm-hmm. Brock got everyone to say yes, which is remarkable. But it's the little engine that could.
Yep.
And he came to me and said, I'm going to submit to VidAngel. And I was like, do Do whatever you want.
So we've heard about all the time when you weren't so much a fan of the shift.
And to be clear, I've always been a fan of the content.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've always thought the story was beautiful. I have always been moved by the story. It's just really been, the shift seems to pop up in my life at the hardest times.
Including right now. And ask gargantuan things of me. And so the shift and I have a love-hate relationship. Yes. So, and we haven't actually discussed this, so hopefully I'm not putting you on the spot. But was there ever a moment at which you realized, oh, this actually, beyond just liking the story, but like, this is something special?
Oh yeah, and I've shared this story with y'all before. For those of you that have been around, and if not, Brock had a lot of practice getting you to say yes or no. It's true. He had years before I was ready to do it. No, the night of the table read was that total moment for me.
Right.
I've shared it, and so I'm sorry for those of you
but it's a good story
that have heard me say it before. But those of us that had scripts for that night, we did not have Kevin's prayer in the script, in the short film script. So as we all met and sat around the living room floor to read through the scripts, we had the full script minus, which was very clever of you. That was very clever. Point for you.
Thank you.
And so as the script was unfolding and as we were all reading our parts, the diner scene happened very much like it did for all of you. We didn't know it was coming. We didn't know what to expect. And as Travis started performing it and Greg started saying the prayer, there was a spirit in the room. And one of our grips, Cody, big, strong guy, sitting in the corner. When it was over and Kevin said amen, he was sobbing. Like, Cody was sobbing. And we all just sat there in perfect silence. Nobody moved. No one spoke. Brock didn't yell cut. We all just sat there and felt it for a moment. And that was the point that I knew this was more than just Brock wanted to see if he could do a movie. This was a story that was important. It's how we got the boom operator on my ceiling.
Yeah. That was when you kind of bought in. Well, and I'll tell you something that's really interesting about that table read is that because that prayer, the reason it wasn't in the script is because I was avoiding writing it. Definitely a little bit of a showmanship thing for me where I wanted to surprise people with it, but I also had put off writing it, and so I had only written it that day. And I scrawled it on a piece of paper and I handed it to Greg and I just said, read this when the time comes. And I didn't know how that was going to go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because it had never been done before. And this is just a table read, so it's a safe space to try things out. But the crazy thing that happened was that as Travis started screaming at Greg, Travis was playing Satan, Greg was playing Kevin, and Greg was saying the prayer, it synced up.
Yeah.
It synced up. With no rehearsal, with no practice, Travis stopped his monologue screaming at Greg at the same moment that Greg said amen.
Yeah. It was wild.
Eerie. It was I'm getting chills right now remembering it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the spirit in the room that entered at that point was so powerful. That's why Cody was crying. I was sitting there and I was just like, I cannot believe what just happened.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. I mean, we couldn't rehearse that. You can't. In fact, when we shot it, we shot both things separately, so there was no overlap, so that I could do the overlapping in the edit. But that night was the only time it was ever performed at the same time, and it completely worked, synced up perfectly. And from that minute, I was scared out of my mind because I knew that my responsibility at that point was to make a film that felt like that.
Yeah.
And how the crud do you do that? How do you recreate the feeling of something live that you weren't planning, that just happened? How do you recreate that in a controlled experience like
it's
a film?
also one of those moments as a wife that you think, I'm so glad I didn't throw a fit and say no, because that would have been unfortunate. And it's why even with the first campaign, and especially this one, like, I was a hard sell on this one, because again, we're in one of those places of life where I'm working too many jobs. I took a full-time job this semester, and the kids are in school at home, and we're in the middle of a pandemic, and it's the worst timing on planet Earth. I'm taking classes again because that seems to be a reoccurring theme.
Yeah.
But when when you feel that spirit in the room, when you all know it, when you've seen it the way you've seen it, even when it's hard, you can't walk away from it, even though you want to.
Yeah. So the shift is important. The shift is important, and it's so important that Dana. That was a terrible transition.
Oh, I didn't like that.
Lame.
I didn't like that.
I'm sorry, Dana.
Dana deserves better. Dana from Texas invested $150.
Thank you, Dana, for partnering with us.
We're sorry about Brock's bad segue.
Sorry, I was really trying to make something there, and I realized, that was just really bad and cheesy.
Yeah, it was.
We try to avoid cheese with the shift. We really do. We try. So the shift is important. The shift is something that is important to us. It's something that it feels like. It almost feels like it has a mind of its own, like it's just willing itself into existence. Mm-hmm. And of course, we call that God. I feel strongly, and I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't. I feel inspiration to make this film happen. Melissa says it makes sense why this has been so hard. It's sci-fi, but it also is taking off the veil and invisibility of the devil to the world in a parable, and I'm sure he does not want that to happen.
Oh, good. Oh,
yeah. I think she's right. I think there are forces aligned for the shift and forces aligned against it, and we have certainly experienced both in the time that we have been doing this to a great degree.
Yeah.
Kevin's story is personal to me because everything he feels in that short, and everything especially that he feels in the feature film, are things that I have felt.
But can we be clear that we are not Kevin and Molly?
No, we're not. Even though that conversation was kind of based on the conversation we had.
That's because the whole, like, you said that I said that you said, and I'm saying.
Yeah, that's kind of something I said to you once. But we're good.
That was the segue into that to tell you we were good, and then I got good and mad at you all over again.
But yeah, there is a feeling deep within myself, and has been for a long time, that this film is important. It needs to be made. That it's something that that God wants to have happen, and that's why I'm working on it. I wouldn't be working on it if I didn't feel that way, especially since we are getting into matters of faith. So the question is why? Why is this film important? Why should it be out into the world? And I'm just going to pose that to you. Why do you think people are connecting with the shift?
I think it's been a year. And it's interesting because we all have highs and lows, good times, bad times, blah, 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 blah. That's part of life. But it's a rarity when the entire globe is having the same collective moment of frustration and discouragement and sorrow and claustrophobia and when will it end? Like, I feel like we're all collectively having the same struggle right now with all of it. And so for it to be in this moment right now, I think is very poignant because it's where we all are. We're all, Kevin, wondering when is God gonna step in and take us back to a time when we could hug the people in our congregation, and like when does that happen? When do we see that? And so I think personally that people are at a collective place when they're in need of some reminder that they're not by themselves.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. And I think the world, and when I say the world, I'm talking about people who don't necessarily believe in God or that subscribe to a philosophy or thinking that he doesn't really exist and he doesn't really have influence in this world. The world sees this pandemic. The world sees the strife we're having, the racial tension, the oppression that people are experiencing on a daily basis, and they see all of that, and they see that things are not great, and that's what they see, and it's easy to see that because evil is loud and obnoxious. Evil is obvious. Evil and contention is something that is in our face all the time. And if that's all you want to see, if you want to take the cynical view and that's all you want to see, it is very easy to see that. If you're somebody, however, who is looking for God and you're looking for the influence of good in this world within the evil, it's a little bit harder to see. It just is. And I think that's by design. This world, we live in a world in which evil is allowed to operate. We live in the world in which evil has a jurisdiction. And we are all trying to navigate that in order to make it back to our Father in heaven. That's what we're doing. And once we get there, then evil's jurisdiction is over. It doesn't have any jurisdiction there. And so we're allowed to experience a world in which that is happening. And that's not a mystery to me. It makes sense to me, because it's through these hard times, through these hard things that we experience, that we are able to see God. And I think, to me, that is what is important about the film, is we need to tell people that, yes, evil is loud and obnoxious, and God is quiet. But that does not mean that God is not there. That does not mean that we do not have goodness in this world. It's just quieter. And just because it's quieter doesn't mean it's not more powerful. The most powerful person, there's a hierarchy in the Shift short film. There is Satan, who is the least powerful. There is Kevin, who is more powerful than Satan because he can make a choice. And then you have God, who is the most powerful of all. And God doesn't say a word in that whole film. And he is the most powerful. God is quiet. And I think we need to not be afraid of that. We need to embrace that, because when we embrace that and we start investigating and really looking at this world and the way that it works, and the goodness and the influence, the good influences that are here, the good things that are happening, we'll realize they are prevalent. They are everywhere. They're just quieter. That is my sermon for the day.
And scene.
And scene. It was on my mind. I had to say it. Isaiah from Indiana just partnered with us for $501.
And Lori from New York invested $102. And Lori, you're awake. What a rock star you are.
Yeah, no kidding. 3 hours ahead of us over there.
Yeah, that's late.
Yeah, that is late. Thank you. Only 8:30 for us. It's dark, but it's still pretty early for us. Okay, well, Erin.
Yes.
Do you have any final thoughts before I free you and let you get back to our kids?
Our kids are in bed. No,
Are they really?
They are.
Oh,
Laura
great.
put them to bed. No,
Nice.
I don't have any final thoughts. I'm just excited to see what happens, and thank you all for going on this wild journey with us. I know we talk a lot about how hard it is for us, but your support is really beautiful and everything.
We got a message from Melissa. She says, "Oh, Erin, I get you."
Oh, Melissa. Nice. And Roper, write me back.
Sounds good. I'll take that.
Bye, guys.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I know. Erin's gone, and this got a heck of a lot less fun all of a sudden, but that's just how it's going to be for right now. Our new goal right now is $800,000, which is insane, but it was set by one of you. I need you to help us get there. We've got to spread the word. We've got to tell people, where are we at right now? How much time do we have left, and where are we at? We are at $752,635 in investment right now. So we are a ways away from 800, but we also have 4 hours to get there. It is not outside the realm of possibility. There could be somebody out there right now who is looking to make a potentially significant investment. If that's you, if you have any questions, let us know. I'll answer them live. We're here for you. But please share this stream. Tell people about this. If anybody is watching this and you haven't seen the short film and you'd like to, we'll watch it with you live. Just let me know and I'll put it on. I have no problem doing that. I would love to watch it with you. Very grateful for all of you that are with us right now. Last night, I had an incredible conversation with Dallas Jenkins. Dallas Jenkins, of course, is the creator of The Chosen, and he is also executive producer on The Shift. And Dallas is somebody who saw The Shift way before all of you, right after I first submitted it to Angel Studios, and he loved it. And slowly over the course of time, Dallas and I have gotten to know each other. He's seen more of my work. I've obviously seen more of his work, and now we're working together. And last night he came by our live stream and talked to me about why he is part of The Shift, why he believes that I'm the right person to make The Shift, and why he believes in partnering with me. And we also talked about some of the controversies. Some people are kind of upset with Dallas because he's making, or not making, but he's helping me with The Shift while he's also trying to work on The Chosen. And they're concerned that that's going to take away from The Chosen. There's also people who are concerned that we're mixing science fiction with faith, and is that really something that we should do? And I posed those questions to Dallas, and he had some fantastic answers for them. Before we get to that, I want to shout out our two most recent investors, Sarah from Ohio, who invested $105, and Diane from Kentucky, who came in with a partnership with $510. Thank you so much, Sarah and Diane. So here we go. This is me and Dallas Jenkins from just last night talking about The Shift. As soon as I can find it. There Dallas, of course, is the creator of The Chosen. He has a 20-year career in film and just has done so many great things. The movie What If, the movie The Resurrection of Gavin Stone, several short films. But The Chosen, of course, is just about the biggest thing you've ever done, and just about the biggest thing anybody's ever done. It's an incredible project, and so very grateful that you have signed on as one of our executive producers for The Shift. It's a huge blessing for us and for the project and for me personally. And I just want to kick this off with a chosen question. What are you seeing that's surprising to you or things that you've learned from season 1 to season 2?
Yeah, well, I think every day I become a better filmmaker, at least that's the goal. And I'm sure you feel that way too. So I think when it comes to the depth of character that we're exploring, the cinematography, the production design, all of those things, we learned from season 1 that how to make the most of whatever resources we're given. I think the biggest thing that and I think people are noticing this is if you look at episodes 1 through 4 of season 1, which were a lot of setup, okay, there were only 2 miracles in the whole first 4 episodes, and Jesus wasn't there a whole lot. Then 5 through 8 was like a greatest hits album. Each episode was like a big deal. Well, we can't sustain that. We can't do every episode for the rest of The Chosen, miracle of the week, as I call it. So the first 3 episodes of this season are actually similar to the first 3 episodes of season 1, and that's purposeful. That's us saying we have got to train, and I don't mean this to sound condescending, we've got to train the audience to see this show for what it really is going to be for 7 seasons, which is a mix of big moments and small moments in character development. What you can't ever forget is that the big moments are big and impactful and life-changing for so many people because of the time we took to develop the characters. And so those moments that sometimes people go, this is not as exciting as season 1. I'm like, well, you must not remember episodes 1 through 4, which had very few big moments. But those moments of the second half of the season were big because of what happened in the first half. And I'm going to bring it to The Shift for a second.
Sure.
That's something that you really understand really well. And it's one of the reasons why I've responded so well to your writing, is because you have a sensibility that's similar to mine, which is even in your film and even in your short film, which is your short film was how long? 15 minutes, maybe?
It's 20, but people think 20. It's 15.
Yeah. Because it goes by quickly. But even in that, you take your time. There are no doubt people who've watched The Shift who thought it was too long.
There have been.
Even though it's only 20 minutes. And I'm sure there's some people who thought it was too short. But the people who probably didn't like The Shift probably were like, yeah, it just feels too long. And I'm like, no, that's what makes it impactful. And that's what makes any good movie impactful, is when you don't skip past the before, the time that it is required to develop the character, to develop the setting, so that when the moment happens, the aha moment happens, it's that much more impactful. And I think that's something we're continually learning and exercising on The Chosen.
Yeah, one of the films that you're actually bringing to mind for me is Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. I've heard complaints of that movie that the first 3/4 of it is slow and not a lot happens, but that movie will lay you out flat every single time in that third act. But that third act does not work without those first 2 acts doing all that heavy lifting and all that character work and all the relationship building that just gets destroyed, in that third act and when he gets put through the ringer.
Yeah, I just did it. Well, and that's, I think, true of my favorite movie of all time, It's a Wonderful Life, and I think that's true of most
one as well.
Frank Capra movies. Frank Capra is one of my idols because he doesn't skip over the tough stuff, whether you want to call it boring or whether you want to call it slow or whether you want to call it character building. That's what makes his climaxes so extraordinary. That's vital for any, whether it's a show or a movie. You have to be willing to take the time to develop the characters so that the big moments pay off.
And look, I've worked on projects where the filmmakers or the storytellers decided to cut out those character moments. you know,
Right.
and suffered greatly for it. So you're clearly a busy guy, and you know, one of the concerns that we see popping up now and again, as people find out that you're involved in the shift, is why work on the shift when you're tied up with the chosen, and is the chosen going to suffer because you're working on the shift?
Well, it's a fair question, but I think we all know that I'm not going to be doing anywhere close to what I do on the chosen with the shift. What I'm doing is lending my experience, having done this project chosen outside the system. I'm lending my experience as a filmmaker and as a writer and as a someone who's done this many times. You have the wisdom of any filmmaker, including me, who has mentors or who has people who come on board that you just can run things past. So I'm going to be devoting, you know, just a handful of hours, you know, a month to giving advice, asking questions, answering questions, lending my support where I can. And then once you start filming, maybe a little bit more, you know, just you know,
Right.
being a resource that you can reach out to as someone who can say, look, I've been in this spot that you've been in, Brock, and here's how I dealt with it. And also connecting you with the right people. For example, the composers of The Shift are the composers of The Chosen. And I connected you. I think I introduced you to casting director. There's other people that I've had the luxury of getting to know over the years and saying, these people are trustworthy. They're going to help you. They're going to help to legitimize your project. And that's happened to me throughout my entire career. I've had people who've said, all right, you need this particular position filled. I know a guy, or I know a girl, or I know someone who's going to be able to be trustworthy, and that's invaluable. So yeah, I'm not going to be taking time away from The Chosen. I don't think you would want that.
No,
because you're a fan of The Chosen as well.
I am, and I don't want the hate. So
right, but Angel Studios, which is the company that connects a lot of these projects and actually connected me to you, they're an organization that is building multiple projects, and it behooves them and me to learn and for us to become almost like artificial intelligence, where we get smarter every day. And I'm someone who sees the value in seeing a project like yours, and I've had conversations with Neil Harmon, who's running the Tuttle Twins, another project that Angel is developing, and we've bounced ideas back and forth of each other. And I do that because I believe it's the right thing to do. I want to be helpful where I can. B, even just for purely selfish reasons, it's gonna pay off for The Chosen and for other projects down the road as well. And the more that we can help each other and develop projects together and speak into each other's projects, the better those projects are going to be, and the quicker this is all going to build. And I think that's important for Chosen fans to know, that helping the shift. And I'm sure you would agree with this. If you don't like the shift, if you don't want to be involved, if you saw the short film and it just didn't work for you, then don't be involved. And I say that to people about The Chosen. Like, if you don't have the money, if you don't have the time, if it's not working for you, then don't watch the show and don't pay it forward on The Chosen. But if you did like the short film, and if you do like the shift, and if you do see the potential in Brock that I see as an important storyteller, and with an important story to tell for our world, and then you need to realize that investing in the shift is not only a good investment, because the shift is a great project and is going to do well. And it's not only a good investment spiritually, because the shift is going to impact people's lives, but it also helps The Chosen. It also helps The Chosen in the sense that it brings in more people. And when The Chosen and the shift and the Tuttle Twins and other projects that Angel Studios is developing, when those projects are speaking to each other and connecting tribes to each other, that produces exponential growth. And so it does not take away from The Chosen at all. It enhances The Chosen. It brings in more people. If the shift is successful, financially, spiritually, audience-wise, whatever, that will help The Chosen, because these projects talk to each other. And some of the people who are involved in the shift came there from The Chosen. And that will also happen in reverse. There will be people who come across the shift because they love it, and then we'll hear about The Chosen because it's also from Angel Studios, or because I'm one of the executive producers, or because there's kind of a mutual love fest going on between these projects. And they'll be like, oh, I want to check out The Chosen. And so that's the long-term goal that Angel Studios has. And it's one of the things that I'm excited about is that The Chosen is not in a vacuum and The Shift is not in a vacuum. And so please, if you are intrigued by The Shift, not only should you not be scared it's going to detract from The Chosen, you should be excited that it's going to enhance The Chosen and vice versa.
No, that's perfectly well said. I think there's a cultural impact too. That I looked at The Chosen the first time I saw The Chosen, and I thought how sad it would be if The Chosen was an isolated event. If you make The Chosen and it's fantastic and it's doing this new thing, this really really well done thing within Christian storytelling. I think anybody who watches that a show and automatically they think, oh, there's a leveling up that's happening here. And how sad it would be if The Chosen was an isolated incident and nobody was able to follow it up. And I feel like it's incumbent upon us as artists and as storytellers to rise to the level of what you're doing, to carry the ball forward, to keep the conversation going of how can we make something that competes with the best of what Hollywood has to offer. And I know that that's one of the goals that Angel Studios has. And the Chosen is perfectly emblematic of that goal. And I want The Shift to be part of that conversation. I want The Shift to be one of those that people look at and say, yeah, that was another one that really did something different, but did it at a high level, and made a difference and inspired people.
If The Chosen ends up kind of being the period at the end of the sentence of this get used to different, think outside the box, new thing. You actually use the term new thing, which is one of our kind of themes of The Chosen, that Bible verse from Isaiah 43, which is, behold, I am doing a new thing.
Right.
If it just begins and ends with The Chosen, that's a fail. Because The Chosen's only going to be 7 seasons. And from now until Jesus comes, we've got to have more projects to fill the gap. And even between seasons, I mean, we hear from people all the time saying, I can't wait for season 2, or I can't wait for season 3, or I can't wait for episode 4. Well, imagine if it got to the point where when season 2 of The Chosen was done, you didn't have to wait a year to watch another God-inspired or high quality, impactful project. Well, I saw your short film. I saw The Shift a couple years ago, and I thought this is going to be a challenge because it's a very nuanced story. It's going to be a challenge to it's not quite as kind of obvious as The Chosen is, where The Chosen was kind of like it's a Jesus show. You kind of have an idea of where it's going to go, whereas The Shift is a little bit more nuanced. But I also thought this is an important project and needs backing, needs to be made. And then I remember reading a chapter of your book that you released was it last year? I guess COVID is
it was actually like a year and a half ago, but yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah, it feels, yeah. And I remember just going, oh my goodness, like you're even better than I thought you were. Like this guy is an extraordinary storyteller. And now that you've released your script to the public to read if they so choose, it's like there's even more urgency. It's like, wow, this guy has to be given a platform. and so that's where we're at now. And I'm just really hopeful that, like I said, that The Chosen becomes a comma in the middle of a long sentence that includes The Shift and that includes some of these other projects. But right now, I'm hopeful. First of all, congratulations, because I know you hit the 500,000 mark.
We actually hit 600 today.
Nice. So the rate is increasing. The speed is increasing.
It is. We're way past our minimum.
Yeah. So, but that's a minimum. That's not you still got a ways to go. So, but the fact it sounds like you're growing faster than you were a couple months ago, and so I hope people will get in on this before the time is out. Because I remember when we were with The Chosen, when the short film The Shepherd came out, and the initial interest was huge, but that's all it was. It was interest. People were just saying, yes, I'm interested in investing. So we finally opened up investment, and in the first weekend, it just went significantly slower than Angel anticipated. I mean, they just because we'd had like $18 million worth of interest shown, but we'd lost momentum because it was like 6 months after that round had happened that we finally were able to open investment. And it took a while, and a couple months went past. It was going slow, and then all of a sudden, the tide turned, and we ended up having people who still to this day are upset that they didn't get a chance to invest because they
Right.
ran out of time and so many people came in at once. So it looks like you guys are on the verge of that happening, where you can kind of get past that point, that tipping point where people will start going, wait a minute, what's this? And I want to get in on it, and they can't. So hopefully they'll get in as soon as possible and not take it for granted.
No, this is our second crowdfunding round, and so I know exactly what's going to happen on Friday. On Friday, I'm going to get all kinds of messages from people begging me to do something to let them in because they just missed it. And on Friday, I will have to tell them, I'm sorry, there is absolutely nothing I can do. This is
Right.
regulated by the SEC. There's no extensions
Right.
available to us. It cuts off midnight tomorrow night, and that's it.
We still every day if we hear from people who are upset they missed out on that first round. So yeah, it hasn't come around, even though we thought we were going to do one last year. We just didn't, we didn't need it. And we're not going to bring on new investors and dilute the original ones. Because if you're one of the original investors, you have, well, whether it's in the Chosen or in the Shift, and I'm an investor in the Shift, but if you, at least I think I am, I better make sure I do that. As soon as I hang up with you, I'm going to do it. Did I not officially invest?
I don't think so.
I invested
but
in Angel
you've
Studios.
invested in other so you're forgiven.
No,
It's
but
all
I
right.
did invest in Angel Studios. But that's funny. I've helped you. I don't think I've actually gone around and done it myself. So I'm going to do it as soon as I hang up because I don't want to miss out. Yeah, time matters, and so I would encourage you, if you're watching right now, and you're like, I'll see what happens. Like, if there's something stirring in your heart, if there's something that's saying, I don't normally do this, but I really like this guy or I really like this project, do it now. Like turn me off, turn Brock off, or keep us on while you go do it. And then commit to, like, just take a chance and do something like maybe 25% more than you were planning on doing. Because when you look back on it a couple months from now, you're not going to miss that 25% more money. You're going to be happy that you invested in something that's this important, and that's going to end up generating, I believe it's going to end up generating income. So that's what's happening with The Chosen in a significant way. And but I think more importantly, it's an investment in something that's going to impact people's lives. So
yeah, no, I appreciate that. There are some people who have some concerns, and we've been hearing them a lot. You mentioned that the Shift is a little bit more nuanced than The Chosen, which is based on the Bible, and people are familiar with that. So there's kind of this way in, and when people watch the Shift for the first time, there's no way in. They experience it, and they don't really know what's coming at them. Part of the nuance that's happening there is we're very much operating kind of within the realm of allegory. A lot of it is very much intended as allegory for kind of just our experience here on Earth. We're doing it through the lens of science fiction, which is different. That's new. That's different, and it's not something that people have seen a whole lot before. And there have been some concerns about mixing science fiction with faith, which is definitely what we're doing. And I'm just wondering, because you watched The Shift, and from the get-go, you loved it. You never raised any concerns with me about any of this. And I want to be clear that we're talking about a minority of people, but there's been enough that I want to address it just very quickly. What is your take on that, about what we're doing with The Shift, kind of this new thing, and kind of mixing two things that don't generally mix? Is that something that makes sense to you?
I would ask a question to people who are concerned about mixing faith with science fiction. Is I would kind of say, what shouldn't be mixed with faith? Like, to me, whether it's art or real life, I would argue that faith is a vital part. Faith in God and the God of the universe is a vital part of anything that we address or watch. And when you read Chronicles of Narnia or Lord of the Rings or any metaphoric or allegorical artistic enterprise, whether it's a book or a movie. I mean, my dad wrote the Left Behind books, which were for sure mixing faith with, I don't know if you want to call it science fiction, but a modern day telling of the book of Revelation, or the prophecies of the Revelation coming true in modern day, involved a lot of what would traditionally be considered science fiction, because obviously they're supernatural. And science fiction delves into the supernatural, and in many ways, there's a handful of genres that sometimes we think shouldn't be associated with faith, but that actually are extraordinarily faith-friendly, because they accept the supernatural or the otherworldly as real. And most people don't accept faith. And they don't accept the supernatural as real. Some people think that they do, but they really don't. And I think that whenever you watch a piece of art or read a piece of art, that by definition is accepting of the otherworldly, that really allows you to explore faith and explore the truth of Scripture in a way that can't be explored in other areas. Because think about, like, when you do a modern day movie, like a faith-based movie, the only way that you're going to cinematically portray something supernatural is through like a miracle, like a healing, or that's why a lot of faith-based movies these days, in the last few years that were successful, were like about miracles. But miracles don't always happen. You know, I mean, at least physical miracles. I mean, obviously every day is a miracle, but you know what I mean? Like someone being brought back to life or whatever. That's some people in a normal movie or a normal show, meaning like just kind of a real world show, have a hard time accepting something that happens supernatural. It just feels like it's out of place. Whereas with science fiction or allegory, you kind of just settle in and accept it. So in Lord of the Rings or Chronicles of Narnia, which were both written by passionate Christians who were telling very biblically based stories, just using metaphor and allegory and the supernatural in a way to cover it, the viewer doesn't sit there going, I don't buy any of this. Like, they're by definition open to, like, their heart and their mind is open to the otherworldly. And when your heart and mind just kind of are open to that artistically, then you can really get in some truth bombs that they don't see coming. And that's what's so great about the Shift script. That's what's so great about your short film is, yeah, it's nuanced. Yeah, it's allegorical. Yeah, it's not like The Chosen where it's just, you're watching Jesus walk around on earth and everything is real. So yeah, it is a little different. And maybe it's, for some people, it's just harder to kind of wrap their mind around. I get that.
Right.
But my goodness, when you get to the truth bomb, it's that much more interesting because your brain and your heart have gone down these roads and opened up these pathways. And I don't mean that in a new age way. I just mean that in a literal way where you're like, you really get to see things that you weren't open to before. And that's what opens you up to Jesus. That's what opens you up to the God of the universe. And I would say that so many people, when it came to Chronicles of Narnia, understood the Christ story. And that's why C.S. Lewis chose to do it that way. Is it just that was the art form that children and adults were able to get it. Like the scales were removed from their eyes for the first time, going, I never thought of it that way. And then the Bible opened up for them even more. And that's what art can do. And that's what a project like The Shift can do.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think you're exactly right. I think the power of allegory, the power of story is to teach us truths in a different way that opens up our minds to just how much truth is actually there, or we see things maybe that we didn't see before. I've heard from a lot of people who watch the short, they get done with it and they say, oh my gosh, I see now what the attacks are. I see what I'm battling every day. I haven't ever been able to put it into words, but you have put on screen what I'm going through. And they were able to do that and recognizing it's science fiction, recognizing it's a fictional story, but they see those truths that you're talking about. And it helps them.
When you see it, as opposed to, because so many supernatural things you don't see. But there was a very famous book back in the 80s called This Present Darkness. It was huge in evangelical circles. And I mean, huge. It was bigger. It was Left Behind before Left Behind came out. It was really huge. And it was these stories told from the perspectives in many ways of demons. And you like it really visualized what demons did. And so in many ways, again, it didn't feel like science fiction in the purest sense because again, we believe that demons are real, but it was showing you things that you never see. And I mean, so many people's lives were impacted and changed by it spiritually because of it. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm a huge believer in using parable, and that's what Jesus did. I mean, that's how Jesus opened up things so often, is he told parables, and parables are in many ways, again, I don't know if you use the term science fiction, but they're fiction for the most part, used to illustrate a truth, and that's where people always have those aha moments. And those aha moments can come tremendously from allegory. If you're watching right now, I'm just telling you, no one's paid me to say this. I don't. I haven't gotten paid a dime to help out the shift, and but I really, really strongly believe in this project, and I know it's different from The Chosen, but if you are a fan of The Chosen, it's going to make sense financially, spiritually, and also artistically to see more projects like this get made, because there has to be room in popular culture for storytellers who have something to say about this world that God inhabits, that God created, because 98% of stories that you see in the world right now are not inhabited by a God. They're worlds that are created where God is absent, and truth is absent, and The Shift is a project in which truth is dominant and God is present, and we desperately need that. And so I really hope it gets done. And I'm gonna tonight, I'm gonna go invest right now because I don't want to miss out.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dallas. Really
All right,
appreciate
brother.
it.
We'll talk again soon.
Yep, sounds good. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, that was Dallas Jenkins. That is the man right there, and that is why he is on board. And he did make good on his promise, and he did invest later that night. That was last night that I was talking to him. And now I've got with me here Jeffrey Harmon, who is one of the co-founders of Angel Studios. We talked to his brother Neil earlier tonight. Jeff, thank you for joining me.
Hey, Brock. Good to be here.
This is a heck of a night for us. I gotta say, the number is beyond where I thought we would be able to get tonight.
Mm-hmm. I had hoped we would get to 700, or that you would, I should say. And now I'm hoping that you can make it to 800.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of been taken out of my hands. We had the fans basically saying raise the bar, raise it to 800. So here we go. We're going to push to 800 and see if we can get it. And so far we're doing well. We've had Joseph just recently invested from Ohio for 3,000. Barbara from Texas for 501, and then a name that's cut off, and so unfortunately I can't read it, from Maryland for 105. So they just keep coming in, and it's an amazing thing to see. So for you, we talked with Neil about Angel Studios and kind of what your goals are as a company, and how that fits in with the shift. And so what I wanted to ask you is what do you see for the shift? What do you think can happen with it after we make this thing and we get it out into the world?
So I'm excited to be first off, I haven't seen the rest of the live stream. I was out with my 9-year-old had a piano recital, and then we went out to eat, and I just barely got back. So I haven't seen everything.
You're being a good dad.
If I repeat stuff, that's why. But I am just excited to get it in the hands of our distribution team, so that we can, I've always wanted to take a film that's been crowdfunded and has thousands of investors and see what kind of difference, or even just it's got all this huge groundswell of pre-marketing essentially. So when somebody goes and crowdfunds, it's like this pre-marketing campaign that builds momentum for a film long before it comes out. This is the reason why lots of studios love books, is because books have had years and years and years of marketing and building a group of people that are a natural built-in audience. And although books usually there's a lot of, it's also double-edged sword, because sometimes the book's so much better than the movie. But
right.
but in this case, it's very similar, where you're doing this massive pre-marketing campaign. You've taken a $500 short film, and then you went and took this and built out a small following. Then Dallas came on board after reading your book that's published, and then you've got Dan from Jars of Clay, who did the Chosen music, is on board, and
Matt as well.
And then when I read the script, when you released the script, because you were like, well, Matt and Dan came on board because they read the script, and I was like, well, why aren't you showing the script to everybody?
Yeah, no, it was your idea. It was your
Yeah.
idea to put it out there in the world.
I was like, I know
And you
it's
hadn't even read it
crazy.
yet.
I hadn't even read it yet. I just believed in you because of everything you've done, and read some of your like writing, and watched what you did for $500. And I'm just like, that takes real grit to do that, and good talent, because it's well done. And then because I you know, and I'm a serial entrepreneur. I invest in people, not in not necessarily in good ideas. I want good people to invest in. That's the most important thing. And so you just built this momentum, and so the excitement of going after and doing distribution around a project, like watching a film go into theaters that has thousands of people around the country that have all like financially vested interests. Every single one of those people is like a marketing machine for you. They'll go out and drag people into theaters.
Oh, we see that. There's a bunch of people watching right now who do that, who will do that,
They're
and are
dragging
doing
them
more
into,
than that now.
they're doing it right now by dragging people into live streams.
Right.
And so that is what I want to see. Is like, I feel like every single theatrical release should go crowdfund a big chunk of their money, regardless of whether or not a studio brought it in. They should go get a bunch of crowdfunding as pre-marketing, just so that they can release into theaters with this big army of evangelists.
Right.
And so that's what gets me excited is, but I love new stuff. I love risky stuff. I love doing, I love doing the high, like, I mean, as you know, we bet the farm on The Chosen. So
right.
I like going after like crazy wild stuff, and reading your script, I was just like, this is like, it's not fair to say it's like Inception because it's its own thing, but
right.
You've got Inception, which is, and all the people who are watching right now probably don't even have time to read the script unless they're fast readers.
Yeah, we have somebody who's working on it right now. I do know that. She's struggling to get it done in time, not because she doesn't like it. She's actually really enjoying it.
Just open up the YouTube video, flip it to double speed.
Yeah, exactly.
And blast through it. Or if you're a faster reader than double speed, just read it. But so it's like Inception, but instead of deeper levels of dreaming, it's parallel universes, and then like founded and anchored in the book of Job. So it's got this biblical principles of anchoring of principles. And it reminds me of what C.S. Lewis did for fantasy, which I imagine when he first released his books, there was probably a lot of conversation around those books, very similar to what you're experiencing.
I've actually read
I wasn't
some of it.
there.
There has been. Yeah.
Oh, okay. There has.
Yeah,
okay.
there was.
So,
there was definitely people questioning his intentions and his methods.
Yeah, and even more so J.R. Tolkien, right? With his
Lord
of the Rings
it's
books.
wizards and magic, and wait, that's evil. You know, that's what people would probably say.
Yeah, and I lived in Ireland for a while. I lived in the neighborhood where C.S. Lewis was, and read the story about J.R. Tolkien converting C.S. Lewis to Christianity.
Oh wow!
C.S. Lewis was not a believer,
right?
And so, they would take walks in the evenings and just talk about and kind of like challenge each other. So, I just want to, like, I know I'm a little bit scattered, but
you're good.
This is
scattered live stream. You're good.
Yeah, I'm excited about taking a film with a big following in advance, and then if it turns out as good as the fourth draft, I think I read like the fourth draft of the script.
It was the 9th, but yeah.
9th. Okay, I read the fourth draft of a different script.
Oh,
okay, sorry. But the 9th draft of the Shift script, if it turns out as good as that, is for like a draft version of the you're still working on, I think we've got something that feels like it could be magic. Now there's tons that has to go. There's so many things that have to fall in place still.
Yeah. There's a lot of work to do. They say that you make every movie 3 times. The one you write, the one you shoot, and the one you edit. And it's the one you edit that actually gets put out there. So, what everybody has seen is not the movie. It's just not, or what they've read is not the movie.
I understand that, because when we do the ad agency and do all these big viral videos, and every time you get in the editing room and you watch your assembly cut, which is the first time you cut together everything in the order you had written it.
Right.
And you just go, oh man, we've ruined, what did we do? We wasted so much money. And then like a few weeks later, you're like, okay, this has got magic now.
Yeah. Martin Scorsese says that if you don't at some point think that you have made the worst movie of all time while you're editing it, then you're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
He has that experience every single time. Martin Scorsese.
Yeah. Ads are the same way. They're on a much smaller level. Like, I don't want to get too comparative of like feature films to ads, because they're magnitudes of different difficulties.
Right.
But it's the same thing. You just get in, and over again, you're like, what did we do? Like, what? I remember the first time I watched the Poopery rough cut, the assembly cut, and I was just like, oh man. We have messed up so bad.
Yeah, no, I totally know what you're talking about. In fact, I'll tell you an example from the short film where, first of all, Aaron will tell you, I spent the first 2 months editing that thing thinking, what have I done? I mean, exactly what you're talking about. Like, I got all these people. Yeah, I didn't spend a lot of money, but I got all these people to believe in this thing.
You burned a lot of trust, right?
I burned a lot of trust.
Harvested it.
And I hadn't really edited a narrative thing before. So it was teaching myself how to edit while I'm editing that thing. Because I tried to do as many jobs on that as I could, because I couldn't pay people. So I knew I could edit, or at least I could figure it out. So I edited this thing, and I do this thing, and I finally get it to a place where it's basically working, but it's still missing something. And for the longest time, I couldn't figure out why the ending wasn't working. And my original conception of the ending was that Kevin would get up, he'd walk over to the couple, and he'd pay them the money, and then he'd walk out, and all of this would happen in silence, just total silence. And to me, that was going to be powerful. You let people think and let them just sit in it. But it just died. It just felt so depressing without music. He just gets up and he does this shuffle, and everybody's sad, and you're just like, oh my gosh, this is awful. Like, this is not the feeling that I want people to have when they're, but it's like, how do I solve it? What do I do? And it wasn't as simple as laying music on it. I tried laying some tracks on it, that kind of fit the mood. And then and it wasn't working. And I finally, it was through studying Pixar actually, that I realized that the music I needed to lay on top of that scene needed to be triumphant. It needed to be something where we're saying something magical is happening. It's a moment of triumph. And when you play visually, what's happening is sad. But if you just turn off the visual and you just listen to that music is triumphant. And the two, against each other, all of a sudden, it was exactly the feeling I was trying to evoke. I wanted people to understand, because it is a moment of triumph. Kevin has overcome the devil through his belief in Christ. That is a triumphant thing, but he still has to deal with the fallout from ticking off the devil and having to still live a life. And so you have all of that encapsulated in the visual and the audio, the music, which is triumphant. And finally, it was the right tone. It was the right tone.
Yeah.
And huge lesson.
I don't know if I don't remember if it was in Creativity Inc. or Jobs, but because I'm sure you've read Creativity Inc.
I have.
That Steve Jobs spent, he screened Toy Story with like hundreds of people. Every single person that came to his house, he would force them to sit down and watch Toy Story, and then he would watch them watch it. And then he would send the Pixar crew notes on what he's learning about it, and help them hone their craft through all that feedback, which I'm sure made them uncomfortable. But he was, the kind of guy. He's showing it to so many people. He didn't care. Yeah. But I think it's that repetitive just feedback loop of just like, this person got confused here and this person didn't understand that. And what you're saying is like, as soon as you saw it and it had some other people watch it, you're like, it's dead. I can't get the scene to do what I want it to do. And you have to just like, sometimes it can be months or weeks of just like,
just racking your brain.
Yeah. And it's a very similar experience, actually. I've been surprised at how similar film and entrepreneurship are, where I spent for our team to come up with this pay it forward model. My job was to lead that like modeling project. And so I just had like stacks of papers just drawing out different models, because we had to do something that's never been done before.
Right.
And then, but it was a full year, nearly a full year of just like model after model and drawing after drawing, and passing it up, and then coming back, and then talking to Daryl Eves, and talking to Dallas, and then talking to Neil, and then talking to like every other person on the team, and annoying everybody, just like, and then the team in this like group event, it like all came together at once, and we're just like, oh, that's it. Right. And it finally just clicked, and it's so simple. I mean, it had to shed a bunch of other stuff we had ever thought of before, but it's very similar, I think, to that feeling of like, when we're doing an ad campaign, and I once again, I shouldn't like say ads are this even like on the same, they're just like a micro version of a film.
There's some crossover there.
Yeah, but just like realizing, oh, we did this, we did one ad, I'm not even gonna say which one it is because nobody's gonna be able to figure it out, where we had the actor had acted so slow, and on set everybody was tired enough, it was like we didn't realize the actor was moving so slow, and the director didn't catch it, and I think we were just tired enough, we just didn't notice. But he was so slow with his lines that we ended up speeding up the entire video by 120%, and nobody notices. I mean, we ramped it down a little bit up, but nobody notices that we had to ramp this thing to fix the problem of his
Is
speed.
the audio also ramped up?
Yeah, everything. No, you can't. Like that, we made the tone sound the same.
Okay.
He's just moving at 120% of the speed.
I feel like I would notice that.
You don't. You've probably watched a lot of our ads. You haven't noticed.
I probably have. Yeah, I probably didn't.
Maybe you have. But anytime you got like to where he started to sound robot-y, we just ramp it down and then go back up and ramp it. And people didn't notice. But it was the only way to save that ad.
Yeah. That's hilarious to me. And so it's funny because
normally you can only get away with like a 3% ramp, and then you start sounding like robots. He was going so slow that we were able to go up to 120%, and nobody noticed.
Man, it
was incredible. A disaster, and that ended up being like an extremely viral video, and but nobody's going to be able to guess which one it is. Well, they might. If everybody goes and analyzes them, they'll be like,
I was going to say, I'm kind of on the hunt now. Like, I want to figure this out.
Yeah.
But it's, hey, Noah's just asking, are we taking fan questions? Yes, we are. If you want to submit any questions, we'll be sure that our moderator gets them over to us. But no, you remind me, though, that, what you do on set is so consequential. You have to really get it as right as you can on set, because there just isn't an opportunity to go back. All you have after that are the tools that are available to you in the editing suite, and that's it.
Yeah, like ramping up,
like ramping up,
and it's a terrible way to fix something.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Like, that's scary to me to do it that way. But I have done things where I was like, oh, I really like the way that this actor said this word on this take, but this take over here is the good take, except for that word. And so I will literally take that word and just put it into that take, and hopefully do it in a way that nobody notices. I've done things like that. But there are other times when,
that's
they
what we
do
did.
something.
That's what we did with Poopery.
Oh, so did you?
Poopery, we had spent the entire time, we started with wides. And then the director had spent most of his time on the wides, and then he would leave like 1 or 2 shots at the end because we're running out of time, and he'd go get the tights. And he wasn't realizing what was happening, but it was happening because we were on this super tight deadline with a very tight budget. So we ended up, almost every single tight shot has a wide audio with a tight face of the entire poopery ad. She's saying the same lines. And we had to ramp up and down both the visual and the audio to get her mouth to match. Now, if you go back and watch, you're going to be like, ooh, I can see that there's little tiny bits here and there that are not quite on, but it sells it. But her performance was so good in the voice on the wide, but we didn't have like 8K back then. We were doing, so you couldn't just punch up. And, but almost every, and the, other than a couple of seconds, we don't use any of the wide shots. Like you only establish and then you're uptight the rest of the time.
And yet,
but we shot everything wide.
That's crazy.
And these are things you just don't learn until you're, like, for me, I didn't learn until later, until I'm in the editing room and go, crap, what did we do? This is so boring. And then I realized, oh, it's because tight shots are not the shots we want. They're not the money shots, and the wide shots are too far away from her face. So we were just like splicing them together.
So she put all of her energy into those first takes, which were the wides, I'm guessing, is a lot of the problem.
That's right.
Yeah.
So there's almost no close-up shots in the poopery video that have the actual voice from the close-up shot.
Yeah, that's crazy. But I've seen that, and I can tell you I didn't notice it. So I'm sure if I were to go back with that knowledge, I'd be able to see it. But that's a testament to your editor that they made a good job. We got a question here from Noah. He said, would Angel Studios crowdfund something like a documentary on faith-based media?
So crowdfunding, the way it works is you bring a short film. So, and I'll get into the history of the story of why we require a short film or a pilot. And so you bring a short film or a pilot, and right now we take it to a small jury. There's a small internal jury that decides 2 questions. First question is, if this never got made, how disappointed would I be? And they rank that. And then number 2 is, does it match the North Star of Angel Studios? And the North Star is, does it amplify light? And then it's Philippians 4:8. But is it noble, just, true? Man, my brain's too tired. I should have this memorized. But we actually spliced it together from like 5 different translations of that verse. So to get the words that we thought captured what we're going for. So we're just in the Bible, the YouVersion app, just like, okay, what about this one? What about this one? Because they're all like so different. But Philippians 4:8 gets you the idea. And then they ask, does it conflict with this North Star? And if they'd be highly disappointed if it wasn't made, the jury, and if it doesn't conflict with the North Star, then it gets greenlit to go through the diligence to be crowdfunded. That means that the portal, which is an affiliate, that's a regulated thing, so we build the technology for the portal, and then the portal is the one that runs it. And you've worked with Fred over at the portal, and I'm sure everybody on the live streams has heard Fred tell you things that you need to change or correct you.
Fred pretty much leaves me alone. I think he's trained me well enough that he trusts me.
Now he knows. Yeah, but for the first few live streams of every creator, Fred's on there with his buzzer going, bang. you gotta change.
Yep.
You got to correct that so that people know what you're talking about, not saying because the SEC cares about that stuff, and I care about it too. We care about it. You care about it.
Yes, we
do. So then once you pass the jury, and that jury right now is a smaller group and is going to expand out to where anyone who has ever put money into an Angel Studios project. so they have an interest in any one of the projects, can actually qualify to be on the jury. It has to be somebody who has like an interest in the future of what we're building. Then they can become a member of a jury that rates films that are submitted to apply. But it's just a bar to weed out the garbage. And then once everything that passes that bar, then they've got even the harder task, which is raise money from the crowd.
Right.
And so at that point, so the idea here is that executives, it's not just the crowd making better decisions than Hollywood executives on a funding level, but also even on an application level, the crowd, we believe, will make better decisions than we're going to make. And right now, because we're part of the jury, it's not as diverse of a group as it will be. But that's okay for now, because as long as we get to the diverse group, we'll be fine.
Yeah. Hey, quick news. We just passed $765,000 in investment, which is incredible and beyond, as you just heard Jeff say earlier, what we expected for tonight. We have a goal of $800,000 tonight. That goal has been set by you, the fans and the investors who are watching this right now. And I'm just saying, okay, if you guys believe it, then I'm going to believe it too. Recent investments that I haven't had a chance to shout out yet. Ellie from Texas, $201. Donald from Virginia for $501. Thank you, Donald. Thank you, Ellie. John from Montana invested $501. And William from, I'm going to say Missouri, invested $102. Is MS Missouri? Do you have any idea?
Missouri, MS, yeah, I think it's Missouri.
Yeah, so thank you, all of you, for partnering with us. Do we have any more questions for Jeff? How do you, looks like we do have something here. Oh, no, it's Mississippi. MS is Mississippi, Brad says.
Oh,
so
that's our, yeah, we're not geography majors.
No, we're not. Missouri is MO. Yeah, that's right.
I knew them all at one time.
Same.
I aced a test in grade school on that.
It's been a while since then, I guess. So what do you, let's close this out on the shift. You did read the script after convincing me to release it to the world without knowing if that was necessarily a good idea. Well, you knew it was a good idea, but you didn't really know what it was. But your reaction to the script was one of my favorites, just because you just got so excited. You've talked about it a little bit, but I'm just wondering.
Driving.
Go ahead.
While I was reading it, I was listening to it because I like audio versions of things. And we're driving, and I'm with Benton Crane, who's the CEO of the ad agency Harmon Brothers. And like, I suddenly just like pull off my earphones, and I'm like, holy crap, this is a really good script. Holy crap, such an Idaho term, but
I say it too. I'm not from Idaho.
Okay. This is such a good script. And I was like, and I just started like just talking about it a ton. And it was right after I listened to the Jars of Clay Oh My God song.
Oh,
I just pulled away, listened to that song, and then went through that scene. And I was just like, this is so good. And anybody who hasn't read the script yet, you're missing out, because you need to go experience that. And he was just like, he's like, Jeff, I've watched the short film. I wasn't like that into, like, it was well done, but it wasn't like, it was kind of, and he's like, but I haven't seen this kind of reaction from you about something for a while. and he's like, and then I started telling your story, like your backstory and everything. And he's like, oh, I needed to know the backstory of what this is. And it was just interesting to watch how contagious that passion started coming across. Anyway, that's where I was, and I went and I doubled my investment after that. I had invested, I think it was three or something thousand.
I think it was three.
Doubled it to 6,000 after that.
Yeah.
And I would now I'm starting to get lots of options in front of me. And I was originally thinking, I'll just hold off and invest more later in other projects, but I just was like, nope, this one gets more. I'm not super like people, not super liquid with assets, right? So I have to still be, hopefully one day I'll have enough money to like put real big investments in, like some people do, but I still am not super liquid. Building a big business, unless you actually sell stock, doesn't make you very much money.
Right. Well, and you guys have taken your hits in the last few years. Thankfully, things are completely turned around, but I know it's been a rough go. So
but anyway, I was thrilled with it, doubled my investment, and I was regretting that I didn't like invest more on the first round when the stock was a little cheaper.
Yeah.
Because as you got momentum, as you got Dallas on board and Jars of Clay guys, and all these different elements started building, your value built, and your stock price rightfully climbs, essentially, in my mind. And so I was like, man, I should have asked Brock for that script sooner.
Yeah. No, and I would have given it to you. No, that's I've actually you haven't told me that story of where you were when you were reading it and that reaction from Benton. So that's really cool. That's awesome. And I hope that anybody who does read it, I hope you did queue up the Jars of Clay song. And just to clarify, the band has not approved us using that song. Dan is all for it, but Dan is not the only decision maker. But still, we have received some blessings on this film, and we believe, we're looking forward to that and hoping that that happens.
And regardless, it's the concept of the way that the pacing's done, the way it works. Like I don't know if like the project's not going to die if it doesn't have that song.
No. We'll find another way.
It gives you the feeling of what you're creating, and it helps you catch the vision.
Yeah, exactly. So it's worth queuing up. In fact, in the script, I even tell you exactly what time to start the song, so that it matches the action and what we're going for. It's a fantastic song. And
if you haven't read the script, just jump to that section.
Yeah, do it.
And cue up that scene and go, okay, this scene's pretty good. And you know enough about context of the rest of the show that I think you can. I mean, it's way better if you've read the whole thing, but you don't have time right now, so just jump to that part.
Just go to that part, yeah. Funny enough, Dan did not know that was in the script when he read it. I asked Matt to tell him, and he didn't. And so Dan.
He just read it.
He just read it cold, and he got to that part, and he's like, "Oh." But thankfully, he really liked the way I used it. Tiny spoiler alert. He especially liked that it's not the ending of the film, that it doesn't end on that. That's actually.
You think it's gonna this is where it happens.
Yeah,
and then it's like, nope.
yeah. It's big spoiler. It's the false ending. I think if you really think about it, it's one of my favorite things that movies do is there is some type of a false ending. And when it's done poorly, you see it a mile away and you're like, oh, I know there's more movie left. And I was trying to do a good version of that, where you legitimately think, oh, this must be where the movie ends.
And it's good. And this group of people that are listening right now are co-creators of the project. So you deserve to be part of this story and know these spoilers and stuff, because
totally
once the project's funded and in production, all this stuff disappears. Nobody can get access to, it's not like the whole world's going to do this. It's a very, very small group of people who are willing to invest a little bit of time into this and become co-creators with Brock.
Yep. And that's why ultimately I agreed to your crazy idea of releasing the script, because I realized it just makes sense. If people are going to put their money into this, they should know what they're putting their money into. I mean, that just makes sense, even though it's just not done. It's just not industry practice.
Never done. It's never
done. It's never done. But it's worked out.
I don't know if I should say this. No, I won't.
Now I feel like you have to.
I can't.
It's fine. You can let it go.
I can't, because I would be telling something that somebody else said, and they should say it. So
Got it.
one
Got
day,
it. Well,
one day that story will come out. But
that's all right. Well, thank you, Jeff. I really appreciate you taking the time tonight. I know you're a busy guy, and this is an exciting night. We've got what 2.5 hours to go. I don't know. I don't know what could happen. We'll see. We'll see. I'm excited though.
if you just keep building, like, this is what got me so excited, is like you've got this ramp where it's just this slow exponential growth. Like at the end of your first round, you were blown away at how fast stuff was coming in. Your entire first round was equaled in like the last 48 hours, right?
Yeah, well, less than
than that. The entire all that work happened in 48 hours. And if you just keep building this story and this narrative and keep working with your partners who are now in the thousands of people that have what is it, like 1,700 that have invested, and then thousands that are following and pushing it and getting out. If you just keep working and just building that, by the time this thing releases, you may, there's a chance that you hit you escape velocity, that's the goal. Like, can you there's so much, it takes so much energy to get to escape velocity. When you do, it just starts pulling you instead of the other way around.
Yeah, I would love to see it. And all signs point to that's where we're headed. This thing just keeps chugging along, and it's starting to feel more like it's pulling me than me dragging it, which is a nice feeling, especially tonight.
Yeah, you still got a lot to do, but
yeah, still got a lot to do. But I'm just saying, to what you're speaking to, I'm feeling the beginnings of that. Let's put it that way.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. All right, Jeff. Well, thank you very much. You have a good night, sir.
You too. Thanks.
Talk to you later. Bye.
See ya. Bye.
All right. That was Jeffrey Harmon, co-founder of Angel Studios. I'm really glad we got a chance to talk to him tonight. I wasn't even sure that was going to happen, so that's why I didn't announce him earlier. But it's always fun to talk to Jeffrey. He's one of the smartest guys I know, and always has wonderful things to say about the shift, obviously, but just what Angel Studios is doing with faith-based entertainment and all of that. I think it's pretty remarkable, and I think it's something that's worth getting behind. We got some recent investments here that I've missed. Caitlin from Missouri. I don't know if I missed her or not. I'm going to just read them off anyway. Caitlin from Missouri invested $501. Thank you, Caitlin. Roy from Utah invested $501. Thank you, Roy. Mackenzie from Minnesota invested $105. Thank you very much, Mackenzie. And Tammy from Wisconsin parted with us for $102. Where are we right now? Where are we at right now? The goal that you have all set for tonight, and I really hope that you're not leaving me out in the cold here, and that you're pushing this live stream to people and telling them and letting them know it is almost up. We got 2.5 hours and this is all over. We are currently at $766,672 in investment with 2.5-3 hours to go. I need you to spread the word. I need you to pull people in if we're going to hit 800. I think it can definitely happen. We have seen today, we've seen some larger investments come in. Is there somebody out there who could really just bless this project in a big way? Have you read the script? Have you seen the short film? If you haven't seen the short film, let me know. We'll watch it right now together. I'd be more than happy to do that. But tonight we are in our final night. This is your last chance to get on with the shift as an investor. You can do that at angelstudios.com/the shift. This is a rare opportunity. This isn't something that comes around a whole lot. We've only been doing this for 6 weeks, and this is the last night. The Chosen did this. The Chosen did this a couple of years ago, and they raised $10 million. And they had a massive following. There were 19,000 people that invested into The Chosen for $10 million. And that was a lot of people. And there were many thousands of people who were into The Chosen back then. And many of them did not choose to invest. Well, now The Chosen has hundreds of millions of people watching it. The Chosen is just, it's everywhere. And I don't have to tell you a whole lot about The Chosen. You know about The Chosen. The Shift is not The Chosen. The Shift is a movie, and it's a sci-fi movie. and it's also has faith elements, and it's not about Jesus, but it's also very much about Jesus. And we don't know what the shift is going to do. We can't promise anything, just in the same way that The Chosen couldn't promise what it was going to do. It could only say what the plans were and what it hoped it would do. And what the plans are for this, movie to be released worldwide. The plans are to distribute this into theaters. The plans are for it to be on streaming. Definitely vidangel.com, as long as they'll have us, and several other places, and who knows. Angel Studios is a unique company that thinks outside the box. The pay it forward model, that started with the guy that you were just hearing from, Jeffrey Harmon. That was his brainchild. He is the reason why so many people around the world have been able to watch The Chosen, and why The Chosen is able to now fund its seasons, not through crowdfunding, but through pay it forward and through the other ways that they're distributing the show. Angel Studios is going to be involved in distributing the shift. That's who we have on our team on that side of things. There is a confidence level in me of what this film can do and what it can be once it is made and released out into the world, knowing that I have them at my back. I hope that gives you confidence as an investor as well. It should. It should. Of course, I say all of this, and nothing is a guarantee. Chosen wasn't. This isn't. But we believe very strongly that we're going to see some good things. See, I've got some messages here from my wife wondering, how late are we going to go? What am I thinking? I don't know. I don't know. We're going to stay on here as long as it makes sense. And it's getting late, and I know people are going to bed, but I have hope that we can still get to 800,000. You guys have made believers out of me. I want to see it happen. Let's see. Melissa says, I'm literally one of 1,678 of the coolest, smartest investors ever. Just saying. Melissa, I could not possibly agree more. Caitlin says, I'm so excited for this movie and project. I just invested. Caitlin, awesome. You got in on time. Thank you very much. Are you Caitlin from Missouri? You invested $501. Thank you, Caitlin, so much. We want as many people to come to this party as possible. As Jeff said, the more people that we have on board with this, the more likely success is in the future. This is not only building investments, this is building people, a fan base. Cheyenne says, I'm staying up, sharing. Cheyenne, I'm right there with you. We're going to do what we got to do. What else are people saying? Noah, are you bringing on Chris Pratt and Jennifer Garner tonight? No, I'm afraid I do not know Chris Pratt and Jennifer Garner. Would love to work with them. They'd be great on the shift, wouldn't they? We just got a new investment. Jared from Idaho invested $132. If you sense me stalling right now, it's because the thing I have planned next, I'm reluctant to do. I want to share my story with you, and sharing my story comes with pitfalls. If you haven't heard my story before, oh, good. Amanda has a question to distract me from this. Amanda says, I saw the short film. Will this be a series? Amanda, we are making a feature film. That's what we are doing right now. We are turning the short film that you have just seen into a feature film. That short film actually constitutes part of the first act. It's actually like a slice of the feature film. There's more story before it and a heck of a lot more story after Kevin walks out the door. And until this campaign is over in a few hours, 2 hours, you can actually read the feature film script and see for yourself what happens to Kevin when he walks out the door. And yeah, we're making a movie. It's going to be about a 2-hour movie, not a series. So a different thing than The Chosen. But I think if you read the script, I think you'll understand very quickly why it is a movie. It is a movie through and through. That's the story I want to tell. That's what we're doing. So the story behind the shift. Let's start with a video. I want to show you a video. This will kick this story off. This is me talking about some early stuff that happened in my life that really impacted the storytelling of the shift, and in fact impacted some of the things that people sometimes object to. Sometimes I get an objection from people that the shift is dark. They say, I don't want to be in that darkness. And they're not wrong. The shift does have some darkness in it. It does. It's about darkness, and it's also about a heck of a lot more than that. But there's a point to it. There's a point to the way the shift is the way that it is. And in this video that I'm going to show you right now, I'm going to get into that a little bit and tell you a little bit of my personal history. This is a little bit raw. It's not a video I actually like sharing that much. In fact, I don't think I've shared it once during this entire campaign. Have I shared this on a live stream? So here is me talking to you about a very important event in my life that led to the creation of the shift.
To be honest with you, they were pretty faithless prayers. I didn't think that they were going to do any good, but I didn't know what else to do. And gosh, it's hard to do this in front of this. Hey everybody, Brock Heasley, the writer and director of The Shift here, and I'm out here on the outskirts of Fresno, California, the city where we shot The Shift, surrounded by smoke. I don't know if you can tell, but there's no sky, that's just all smoke. There's fire in the foothills. All of California is on fire right now. My car is right there. It's covered in ash when I got into it this morning. And why am I out here? Why am I out here in front of this empty dirt field with all this traffic raging behind me? I'm out here because I want to talk about darkness. I want to talk about why the shift is the way that it is. I've been blessed, and I say blessed specifically, to have dark times in my life. And those dark times have given me perspective on God and perspective on life. And it has helped me to see his love and to see his light shine. My father was packing up for the night. 3 days before my 12th birthday, this was years ago, 2 men burst in with semi-automatic submachine guns and immediately began firing. The first bullets went right towards him, hit him in the stomach, and he fell to the ground. The next bullets went into the cases, the display cases where all the guns were kept. And as soon as the glass broke, they began quickly gathering the guns into a bag. And then they kept shooting my father as he was lying there on the ground. They didn't want any witnesses. And they made sure of that, shooting him over and over and over again, up and down his body. And then they left. And as you can see where I am right now, there's not a whole lot here. A couple of farmhouses, a highway road that's a lot more active than it was back then. And he was alone, and there was nobody coming. He was shot 13 times. I honestly don't know anybody else who's ever been shot that many times. But he was shot that many times, and he was on the ground, and he had a decision to make about what he was going to do, and whether or not he was going to get up and call 911 or give in to the pain and die. To my father's credit, he got up. He climbed his way to the phone that was hanging on the wall, picked up the receiver, and laid back down. Accidentally, he dialed 411 at first. And so with his legs riddled with bullets, he had to get back up again and redial 911. And he did. And the paramedics eventually got to him, but they had to wait outside for the police to come and secure the scene. And as they were waiting, he was talking to the EMT, a frustrated EMT, who was just trying to get my dad to hang on long enough so the paramedics could come in and save his life. But my dad did not believe that he was going to be living much longer, and so he pled with the man on the phone to call my mom and to tell her that he loved her, and to also give a message to his sons, myself and my brothers, that he loved us too and that we should be good. That was his last message to us. Or it was what he thought it was his last message. As it turned out, my father did live that night. The paramedics were able to save his life. They brought him to the hospital. He was in very bad shape, and he was in the ICU for a week. But 3 weeks after the shooting, he did come home. He could only get around in a wheelchair at first, and then eventually a walker. And then by the end of the year, he was running and playing with us. And the thing that sticks out the most to me about my dad and about how he dealt with that trauma was that he never really was traumatized from it at all, nor did he harbor any bitterness or ill feelings. He had this joke that he would tell. He would talk about the guys that did it, the guys who shot him, and how he just wanted 5 minutes alone in a room with them. Just 5 minutes alone. And it was like a joke he would tell. I knew my dad would never do anything. He never spoke of them otherwise. It didn't change his outlook. It didn't change who he was. It didn't change his willingness to help and to serve others. He was a guy who knew that bad things happen in this world, and then he moved on and tried to learn what he could from them. 8 years later, I get a phone call from my grandfather. I'm serving as a missionary at this time. I'm in Arizona. I haven't seen my dad in 10 months. I get a phone call from my grandpa, and he tells me that it's happened again. 2 men burst into the store that was right here and shot my father. And I knew immediately he was dead. In a way that I didn't know when I was younger. When I was younger, I believed that he would live. But I knew instantly when Grandpa told me that Dad had been shot, that was it for him. But I kept hope anyway. And I prayed over the next hour. And to be honest with you, they were pretty faithless prayers. I didn't think that, gosh, this is hard to do this in front of this. Then my mom called me, and she told me that Dad had died. And I hung up the phone, and I went into my room, and I took off my tie, and I hung it on the rack, and I looked down at my feet, and I squared them up with the closet. I remember that specifically doing that action. And I think it was just a sense of wanting to do something that I had some control over. Wanting to do something that was precise and right. And in that moment, squaring up my feet was that thing, just making them square and perpendicular to the closet. And then I started thinking about the men who had done this, who had killed him. I didn't know them. I didn't know their names. I didn't know their faces. But I started thinking about them, and I got so angry. I was so mad at them because there were 2 men that did this. There was somebody responsible. God didn't do this. 2 men did it. God allowed it to happen. Why, I didn't know. But 2 men had done it. And in that moment, I felt so angry at them. Such frustration. And then, almost immediately, the feeling left. It was gone. Completely. And it was replaced by a peace. A peace that my father was okay. I knew who he was. I knew he was a faithful man. I was pretty confident about where he was. But my thoughts turned again to those men. And I thought about what they had done. And I realized that there was a greater tragedy that had happened that night besides the death of my father. And the greater tragedy was what those 2 men had done to themselves. Physical death is one thing, but the spiritual death that takes place when somebody sins, and a sin of the magnitude that they committed that night, that is the kind of pain that is far greater than any physical pain that we can possibly encounter. I doubt very much that those men realized that night the magnitude of what they had done, or the loss that they had experienced in their soul. But the thing that I did know was that one day they would understand that. One day they would know what they had done, whether in this life or the next. They would be confronted with what they had done. And that would be a very bitter day indeed. And in thinking about that, my anger was replaced with empathy, with sympathy, and even with love. In that moment, I loved the men who killed my father. And I don't say that flippantly. It was a very real thing, and it was so real that it hasn't stopped. I have never, since that night, felt a moment of bitterness or anger. I was blessed with a perspective on what happened that night that has remained with me ever since. And the thing is that I wouldn't have that understanding. I wouldn't have seen that light. God's light shined so bright that night, and it has continued to shine brighter in my life ever since that night. Brighter than it ever did before. And that wouldn't have happened without passing through that kind of darkness. Now, I'm not saying I wouldn't take my father back in an instant if that were possible and erase that whole thing. But I can't deny the benefit that it was to me and the way that it has helped me and changed me as a person and made me into so much of what I am now. I'm still growing, but I know that I am so much more than I would have been because of what I passed through and what my family passed through that night. That's why I'm making this film. Those are the stories I want to tell. We are having a very real experience here on Earth. We are passing through trial. There is fire in the foothills. The world is on fire, and the world is also good and great and wonderful. Suffering is awful and terrible, but it is also a glorious thing. And the reason that I am making this film is because I want to talk about that directly. If you've seen the short film, then you know a little bit, but you don't know the half of what we're doing with this thing. Kevin's journey, the story of the shift, is about a man passing through incredible, unbelievable, oppressing darkness. But we're going to tell it in a way. We're going to tell that story in a way that is going to bring light. If you think about the times in your life when you've experienced trial, it's probably, maybe it's not like my story, but you've got your own story. You've passed through something that was difficult, that was hard, that you didn't want to be at all, and you were better for it. I believe that's an important message to bring to people, to show them that even in the worst suffering, even in the worst kind of difficulty, that God is still there. And if we are faithful, he will show us his light. When I come here, that's what I think of. I think of, yes, this is where my father died, but I also think of the greatest blessings that have ever come to me in my life, the greatest light and knowledge. It's the struggle that allows light and hope to be made manifest. And that's all I really wanted to say on this. Beyond the calls for investment and the money we need to make this film and how we're not going to be able to do it if we don't, I hope you understand that it's coming from a very real place. I believe that there's an important message to share with people, that there is a hope that can be had even in the darkest of times. If that is something that you think is important, if you think that that's something that needs to go out there and be shared with people, I hope you'll join us in telling this story and partnering with us. Thanks very much.
So that's part of my story. I actually wrote a book about all that. Wrote the whole thing down. And my big thing was to make that book into something that everybody around the world would read. I spent 5 years writing that book. Prior to 28, I didn't think of myself as a writer. I turned 28, I discovered blogging, and I just started writing things. And first time I'd ever written without being graded. And I found I really enjoyed it. And I got it into my head, I'm just going to write this story. I feel like this story could be helpful to people. So I wrote this story. I spent 5 years writing it. I finished it. I started shopping it around to agents. Shopped it around for a long time. I thought this is a story that could be in a bookstore. Like there's no reason. And I haven't written a whole lot, but I think I might be good enough. And I found an agent who believed that. She really did. She read my book and she thought it was amazing. And she had never not sold a book before, never. And she took that book and she shopped it around to the top publishers in the world. And it was read by editors who had edited books that had won Pulitzer prizes in the genre. I'm sorry, I'm getting a notification that a whole bunch of people all of a sudden started investments. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, all of those publishers turned it down. All of them. It was the first book that my agent had never sold. It was a crushing disappointment. I did not understand. I felt very much led to write that book. I felt very much like the story of my father and my personal story was one that should be shared. And I felt like it was entertaining. It was a good story, you know? And so I couldn't understand why the book failed. It was just one of the lowest moments of my life. because I thought, gosh, I got this agent who's never not sold a book. It's being read by all the right people. But when it came down to it, they just didn't know how to market it. They had no idea how to sell it. That's what it came down to. Unfortunately, the reality of publishing is it's not so much what's good, it's about what can sell. And nobody could figure out how to sell that book. My agent encouraged me to write another book. And I wrote that book, and that book was actually about me and Aaron and our kind of story of getting together. And that may not sound very interesting, but without getting into the details, our story is extremely compelling. And when I pitched it to my agent, she said, "That's a good story. You need to write that." So I wrote that. It's been 2 years writing that book. And then I showed it to my agent, and she read it, and she said, "Wow, this is so much better than your first book. You've grown so much as a writer. However, I think this is even harder to sell than your first one. Therefore, I don't really even know who to put it in front of." And my agent and I parted ways. While all this was going on, I was also trying to break into comics, because I've loved comics since I was a kid, and trained up as an illustrator, and love writing stories and stuff. And there was a comic that I created with some friends that we entered it into a competition with DC Comics to win a 1-year contract to continue making our comic and being paid by DC Comics. And DC Comics, you're talking about the home of Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman. And we won. We won the competition, and we got the contract. We even got paid for the initial, just for the IP. And we got the contract to create this comic for 1 year and put it in front of people. And a month later, the entire imprint that our comic was associated with folded, and our contract was canceled, and our money was and the money that we had, they gave us some money to go our way, basically. So then I wrote a third book. I wrote a novel, a YA novel called Paper Bag Mask. And I found an indie publisher who was willing to back it, and published it. And then that publisher folded 1 month later. And just before that, my wife and I lost both of our jobs within 24 hours of each other. And I'm telling you all this not to say, like, gosh, it's one failure after another, one sob story after another. I mean, it kind of is that, but that's not why I'm telling you this story. I'm telling you this story because those are all the places that the shift has come from. That struggle, that not understanding, that feeling very much like you are doing everything you're supposed to do and what the Lord is asking you to do. Because I'll tell you what, I started writing this story about my dad because I knew that was what I needed to do. And so why did it fail? Why did everything I try fail? Why did everybody, even, agents and publishers, and everybody's feeling like this guy's talented, but everything I was doing was turning into nothing. And that's when you get to the place where you're just wondering, what in the world? And we're talking years of my life. I just summed up over a decade of my life to you. And that's after the thing that happened with my dad. So the shift feature film, if you're connecting with the script, if you're connecting with the short film as well, that's, I think, what you're connecting with. I think you're connecting with this idea of struggle, this idea of staying on the straight and narrow and not really being rewarded for it, not in the way that you think you're supposed to. I mean, certainly I've got rewards. I've got a beautiful wife and 3 beautiful daughters, and I got 3 dogs that I got 3 dogs I don't really necessarily want, but they're pretty good dogs. And I got a great cat. I like cats more. I'm sorry, but then things started happening. I made this short film. I got into film. I didn't really know what was. You heard all that story earlier with Aaron. That book about my dad, I started posting chapters of it online. That was what sold Dallas on me. That was what made him believe in me. That's what made Neil believe in me, who you heard from earlier. I mean, he already kind of did, and Dallas already had seen the short film, but that was what really sealed the deal. And then that book was published late last year in October, by Cedar Fort. It's called The Other Side of Fear. You can buy it on Amazon right now. And now that book is out there in the world, and it's making a difference. I hear from people all the time. And now The Shift, this little $500 movie that I made when we were at our absolute poorest has now generated how much investment? What are we at right now? We are at $768,622. Well, that's not failure, is it? That's not failure. I think the road to success is paved with failure. I think the road to any kind of success that is worthy is paved with failure. And to me, that's what The Shift is about. That's what the feature film is about. It's about struggling to ultimate success. And the ultimate success we have is that which we have with God, is that with which He blesses us, the treasures that He has in store for us. And we just don't simply always get those treasures here. And I think maybe I have had these struggles and these numerous failures because I have needed to learn that lesson many times in order to really get it through my head, that it really doesn't matter if I have any success in this life at all, because this is not where my treasure is. It's just not. And so it's okay to struggle. It's okay to suffer, and it's okay to sacrifice, because it is all worth it. And also, I think when you resolve on that, it really doesn't matter what happens to you. You can still be happy. The thing is that even through all of that stuff, I was happy. I was pretty happy. I knew I had a good life, and I don't need all of those things in order to be happy. So, I don't even know why I'm telling you all this, except just that here we are at the end of this crowdfunding round. And to me, everything I've just told you is what it's all about. That's what it's really all about. It's about maintaining faith and being happy in the worst of circumstances, recognizing that God is not just in the details, He's in everything, even when it's dark. And when you have darkness, that is your opportunity to truly see God. That's what I believe. To truly see the work of the Savior, the work that He did, take effect in your life and easing your burdens and giving you comfort and showing you the way. That's what the dark times are for. That's what I really believe. We're pretty late right now. It is late. It is 10 o'clock where I am, and I'm on the best time zone here. You all are, most of you, I think, are in later time zones than me, which means it could be after 1 a.m. if you're on the East Coast right now. Anybody in the East Coast right now? I don't know that we're going to keep going much longer than this right now. We have gotten close. We have gotten a heck of a lot closer to $800,000 than I thought we would. I would love to see if we can get to 770. What if that is our goal? Orlando's telling me investments are still trickling in. What are some of our recent investments? We got Richie from Mississippi who invested $252. Alan from California who invested $501. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Richie. Stacy from Utah. Thank you. $252 partnership. Andrew from Utah, $252. Incredible. Incredible. They're still happening right now. Roper's saying, go to 12. Sarah says, I'm in Florida. It's after 1 a.m. Janice is in Georgia. My goodness, you guys are up late. This is nothing for me. Betty from Washington just invested $120. I don't know if Betty's watching. Betty, if you're watching, say hi. But it would be amazing. It would be amazing if we could hit $770,000. What an incredible number that would be to hit. Roper says 800. Go for 800. Roper, I think we can hit 800, but I don't know that we need to be on a live stream in order to hit that. I think that's the thing that I'm getting at right here. I think people need to go on the website and experience it there and see what we have to offer there. Let's watch something real fast. Let's watch our pitch video. It's not that long. But let's watch that and then let's see where things are at when we come back. Let's check this out.
Hi, my name is Brock Heasley, and I'm the writer and director of The Shift, the short film I made because I had never seen a character in fiction face off with the devil in the way that I would as a Christian, which is simply to pray. Quiet faith in the face of great darkness and temptation. And now I'm ready to turn that short into a full-length feature film. Just like most believers, I've faced that kind of darkness, and I've desperately needed that kind of prayer. I'm thinking about the violent death of my father, and the years of struggle towards understanding my wife and I had with our daughter with special needs. And we're not alone. So many good people struggle with chronic illness and children who go astray and more and worse. And in those long moments, knowing that God is real and knowing He exists, and we wonder when He's going to help, when He's going to show His face again. That's what the feature film will be about, a man who has already seen God's hand in his life, and that's when his true trial of faith begins. I don't know a single believer who doesn't know exactly what that struggle is like. And by telling that story, we have a chance to not only entertain, but to encourage and bring hope to so many.
I cannot wait to see how God is going to speak and move in the hearts of both those who believe and those who don't yet.
That's what makes The Shift so powerful.
The Shift short film is so powerful.
Very powerful message of positivity.
It is not an accident that this film is coming out now.
I truly believe that this is one of those feature films that will help usher in a whole new generation of faith-based cinema.
And that's why I feel The Shift has to be made.
It has to be made.
And we've got the right team to do it. Not only do we have people who have been involved in successful Hollywood productions like A Quiet Place, Argo, World War Z, Pulp Fiction, and the upcoming Jungle Cruise, but we've also got Dallas Jenkins.
Hey there, I'm Dallas Jenkins. I'm the creator of The Chosen, and I wanted to share with you a little bit of why I have actually signed on to be one of the executive producers of The Shift. I remember when I first saw the short film, The Shift, and I remember thinking to myself, I don't know who this person is who made this, but I'm really impressed, and I wanted to see more. I wanted to see how it could be expanded upon. I wanted to see what Brock could do with an actual budget. And I think the message of The Shift and the future of The Shift is so important.
And we've also got the composers for The Chosen, Matthew S. Nelson and 4-time Grammy winner Dan Hasseltine. The story is not exactly the kind of movie Hollywood is used to putting out. That's where you come in. Together, you and I, we can turn this short film into a feature film and reach so many more people. In a previous crowdfunding round, we raised over $150,000. That brought us to the attention of not only private investors, but also to successful independent film producers who have now come on board because they see a potential crossover movie that can do well not only in the faith-based space, but also with general audiences, both domestically and internationally. With a bigger budget goal, we can make a movie that matches the quality of the story we're telling and approach known actors who will give us an even better chance in the marketplace.
My name is Erin Heasley, and I played the role of Molly in the Shift short film. I can't wait to find out who replaces me. Is it Jennifer Garner? Can it be Jennifer Garner? Jennifer, call me.
We're partnering with Angel Studios, the same studio that brought you The Chosen, Dry Bar Comedy, and so many more, to invite you to join us in making this important film a reality. I'm ready to follow Kevin out the door. I want to see what happens to him after he's had this incredible journey of faith, and he knows it's not going to get any easier. It's actually going to get harder. This is the chance to tell the story of a modern-day Job, a person who already had faith and was then seemingly abandoned by God and severely tested. Kevin, like Job and like all of us, will have to make the choice every day to still believe despite all evidence and hardship to the contrary, to find the light that cuts through the darkness. That's the story we can tell together, and it's the story people need, especially right now.
I can't wait to see how impactful and powerful it's going to be up on the big screen.
I really believe in the message and the power that lies in this film.
And I just can't wait to see what happens.
And now, for a limited time, and because we value you as a potential partner, we're offering you the chance to read the entire script for the Shift feature film. That's right, you can find out right now what happens to Kevin after he walks out that door. Read the script, join us, and invest in The Shift today at angelstudios.com/theshift.
All right, here we are, the end of the night. We're here with producer Orlando J. Gomez, who's joining us again. Hey, Orlando, what's up, man?
Hey.
You been watching all this? You seen what's happening?
I have had it up this whole time. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's fun. It's exciting.
It's nuts. It's nuts. we are just a hair's breadth away. I think just like $1,000 and some change away from $770,000 in investment. And I think if we can get there, I think that'll be our sign off for the night. But that does not mean we are giving up on 800. I think 800 could possibly still happen.
It just means Aaron gets to go to bed.
Just means Aaron gets to go to bed. And that's really it. I'm going to be honest with you guys. The pressure I'm feeling right now is my wife texting me saying, hey, I want to go to bed. That's our bed. So it's not fair to her to not be able to go to bed. So this is where we're at. Hey, Sarah says, is Zachary Levi involved with this? I think he would make a great Kevin. Sarah, I don't disagree with you. However, Zachary Levi, is not involved in this. Who knows? Are you? Was that you like wondering who Zachary Levi is? Orlando?
Me? No, that's me.
Yeah.
That's me lagging.
Oh, okay. I was like, well, I thought you would at least know who that is. Yeah. So no, we don't have anybody that we've reached out to yet for Kevin. But I'll tell you what, we get with the money that we're getting tonight. Boy, does that put us in a good position to get what we need to start doing that. Carol from California just invested $102. Thank you, Carol.
Nice.
Putting us
awesome.
Closer. Let's see where we are right now. How close are we to 770,000? We are at $769,096. We're so close. We're so close. I feel like we're just right there.
You shouldn't have tipped people off. Now they're going to withhold their investment to the last minute.
No, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. My dream was because we earlier in the day we had some massive investments come on, and I thought, man, how cool would that be if one of those came in during while we're live tonight.
Right.
And that would be so cool. Which isn't to say that we are ungrateful for the investments we've gotten, like incredible.
Right.
But from the low to the high, it doesn't matter. We are grateful for everybody. But when you see something like that come in, you're like, wow, that's incredible. Those are real moments.
Yeah, and they're cool because they're a boost to everybody, even those who are investing whatever they can. It's that added feeling of comfort and trust that it's safe to do this, right? Because if someone's willing to put that much money forward, okay, I can be comfortable with what I'm doing. There's more trust built in there. Yeah. No,
definitely.
No, and as I say, circling back to kind of what you were talking about earlier is, again, with and we talked about this earlier as well, but with this money now, what this allows us to do is actually have real conversations with agents. Because that's the other thing too, is we don't talk to the talent directly, right?
No,
that comes
we don't.
much later. And so part of being able to even get a real honest conversation with the talent's agent is to be able to show that we have cash in hand, that this is real, that this isn't just pipe dream, couple of guys with a script. Hey, you want to talk to Chris Pratt and see if he wants to be in my movie?
Right.
No, they're just gonna block you.
Well, how many people do you think? How many people do you think are doing that? Man, if Chris Pratt, and look, I'm not saying Chris Pratt is a possibility for us. We're just throwing that name out. He's a dude. He's a Christian and he's a good actor, and would definitely not say no to him. But I guarantee you there are tons of people every day who are like thinking to themselves, man, if I can just get my script in front of Chris Pratt, boom, this will happen. And it's like, it's just not that simple. It's just not that simple. Yeah, you and everybody else.
Exactly.
And that's true for just about any actor you can think of.
Absolutely. And that's where having the cash comes in hand, because we can go to them, we can show it to the agent, we can show them the pitch deck, show them the script, we can show them an escrow account. And it's like, no, this is a legitimate project where we're ready to go. And then you get a real conversation.
That's the thing. It's look, you could have, I think it's true that actors, especially at a certain level, especially if they don't need money, like somebody like Chris Pratt doesn't need money. I'm not to say that it isn't important to him, but certainly the guy isn't hurting. So for him, I would think, and I don't know him, and I don't know how he thinks, but I would think that what's more important to him is how good is the script. Like if I'm going to invest my time into something, and if money isn't so much of a factor, then how good is the script? But the thing is that you can't get him to read the script unless you've got money. So it's kind of a catch-22 in that way. Like, yeah, actors will do things for great scripts. They will. They will even take pay cuts for great scripts. But getting them to read the script in the first place, that's the trick.
Right.
That's the
but if
trick.
you don't have enough budget to afford a single day of production, and you got to do 30 days, they're not going to even entertain it.
Right. Amber from Utah just partnered with us for $102, and also Kara from Texas for $201. And if it's the Kara that I think it is, Kara, bless you. You are a frequent investor, and we appreciate you. And not only that, but for the way that you put the shift in front of people. I think it's impossible at this point to track how many people have invested who started with Kara talking to them and saying, you need to take a look at this. Kara is that kind of mover and shaker in our world and in the world of the shift, and we're grateful for her. So big shout out to her tonight of all nights. Definitely deserves that. But yeah, it's funny because people ask me, they're like, okay, so who are you looking at? Who is it? And it's like the one question I won't answer. Like, I will not tell you who we're actually gonna, because we do have a list. We do have a list. Yeah.
I had someone recently ask me jokingly, they said, so which Marvel actor are you getting? I was like, well, it's not off the table.
Look, you never know. You never know what can happen, what kind of attention this can attract, who would be willing. You just don't know. But we definitely cannot tell you.
Right.
I know better.
And
you know
and
better.
also because we don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we don't know. But I mean, we do have a list. We do have a list of like, these are the actors that we actually do want to approach, that we have thought about them in two different ways. We've thought about their acting ability.
Right.
Who they are as an actor, would they fit the role? And then we've thought about them, okay, as far as marketability goes, are they the kind of person that is basically going to put butts in seats? Because if you can get both in the same person, well, now that's something that investors are going to get really excited about, and also audiences are going to get really excited about.
Right.
So that's what we're looking for. We're looking for that magic combo. And we do have names that we feel like satisfy both things. We just can't share it with you.
Right.
So it's a terrible tease we're doing right now.
It is, yeah. And what's tricky with casting too is you got to think beyond just the name and just the star power of the person. I mean, you also take into consideration budget. You only have so much total to spread across your entire cast. So how are you going to allocate that? If you're putting too much into one person, then that limits what you can spend on the rest. And then what is the most valuable character to have? The right actor in that role, or that top tier actor in. And so if we get that person, well, what does that do to this character? Well, maybe we should put a little bit more into this character. And then, well, if we get this person in this role, well, then that nixes these people. That's not a good combination. There's no good chemistry there. Like, it's
a logic puzzle.
It is a logic puzzle. And it's this ever changing, complex, just this. And then we got schedules, then we got, availability. There's all of these different things. It's not. The casting process is not as simple as someone might think of, which is, I have a script, I have a role, I want this actor, here's the money. It's not that simple. It's way too complicated.
It is. It's very complicated. Of course, our moderator has a different opinion. Brad says it's not hard. Shia LaBeouf is Satan. Shia LaBeouf.
That would be a very interesting character for sure.
Oh, look, dude, Shia LaBeouf is an incredible actor. Now, I have a feeling he's a bit of a handful.
He'd be I think he'd be a little too intense for our character.
Possibly, but I don't know. I think if he kind of brought that like charismatic, nervous energy that he kind of has, and didn't play it just straight evil, because I think that's really important with Satan, is to not just play it straight evil. I think that's your instinct, but I think Satan's far more interesting is when you're not playing it evil. Just let the horrible things he says stand on their own. But I don't know. I think he'd be interesting. Okay, our moderator's just changed his tactic. Now he's saying Ted Danson. Ted Danson is Satan.
Yeah.
Ted Danson would be incredible.
Get the Good Place? The Good Place, right?
Yeah, The Good Place. Yeah, he played a demon in that.
Yeah. So it's just a promotion.
It's just a promotion. Yeah, there you go.
Take it a step
Yeah,
up.
so I'm excited for that process to begin, though. I honestly can't wait. The response to the script indicates to me that we don't have a problem there.
Right.
That once we can get it in front of the right actor, they're going to see something that's really exciting. Because look, on the page, I think Kevin and Satan are both compelling characters
Hmm.
that are going to give an actor a chance to really show their range.
Absolutely.
You know.
Yeah, yeah, we all agree on that. You and myself and all the executive team is that there's a really good chance we can definitely get somebody out of our league, so to speak, for that role because it's so different and interestingly written. At a good actor is still someone who wants to put their talent on display, right? It's somebody who cares about the craft and wants to stretch themselves and expand and tackle these difficult roles. And I think what you've written in the form of the Satan character is that it is a actor's dream role. You get to play an iconic character in a very different way that has a lot of range in his personification. So yeah, I think we're all very hopeful that we can get somebody, our budget can stretch because of the role, right? Somebody that would normally be outside of the budget may fit in the budget.
Well, and wait, real quick. Karen from Texas came in with a $501 investment, putting us very close, I think, to our $770,000 goal right now, so that my wife can go to bed. Karen, you are making sleep possible. We are at, oh my gosh, we're at $769,900. Literally, the very next investment of any amount is going to put us over 770. Orlando, this is a day of miracles. I have to tell you, like, that number's nuts.
I think if someone doesn't act quick, Aaron's just going to walk over with $100 and tell you to get out of the room.
So here you go. Here you go. I have no doubt Sayla would do it if she could.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah. Here you go. We're gonna. You can't. Or there it is. It's too much light. Doesn't matter. Yeah. We're gonna get a frame, one of those two-sided frames, and we'll get this over to you. Put this up on the wall.
That needs to go. That needs to go in like our production office. Like that needs to be in a place of honor in our production office. I'll gladly caretake it for now, but that's where it needs to go.
Absolutely.
Melissa says, I'm just stoked for some merch. Taglines? It is something Orlando and I have talked about, but honestly, we've been so busy
with
doing
this.
all of this. It's like we haven't even. I actually do have a shift hat. I don't think I've ever really worn it, but Aaron got me one years ago for my birthday, and you know what? I think I've got it somewhere. We're live. We can all watch me go walk over to my bookcase and grab this. Where is my shift hat? There it is. It's a little dirty. It's one of the reasons I don't wear it. I wore it a lot.
It's been used.
It's been used, but do you know what? In honor of our final live stream, I will
that.
wear my official, very dirty shift hat. So there you go. There is
the one and
there
only.
is the shift hat. The one and only. No, actually, Greg has one too. Aaron got one for him too. So there are only two.
Okay.
But
I want a flat.
yeah.
I want a flat bill one.
I
know you're not a fan of the. I know you're not a fan of the flat bill, but
why does everybody want to look like a duck? Those flat bills just make you look like a weird
it's style,
duck.
Man, it's style.
Style. I don't aspire to be a duck. Why do you? That's weird.
People like ducks.
People like ducks. They don't aspire to be ducks.
But I want to be liked like people like a duck.
Melissa says, I actually had the thought of Jonathan Rumi as Satan. Melissa,
I don't know.
I don't need to die. Yeah, I don't need to die by 1,000 Chosen fans who are out for my blood.
Oh, they would hate that.
Oh my gosh. They would yeah. Look, but no doubt, Jonathan, I think, would be an incredible Satan. Especially since, I mean, he played one side and to play the other like that, that would be amazing. I just think it would be very distracting as a moviegoer. You know, that's my issue there. I have no doubt he could kill that role. I think I'm a huge fan of Jonathan. I had a chance to meet him actually when I was on the Chosen set. Yeah, we got to talk for a few minutes, and just the nicest guy. Exactly as nice and as gracious as you would hope the actor who plays Jesus would be. And a really humble dude. Like we talked for a little bit, and he has still at this point spent more time behind the camera in his career than he has in front of it. He was a production designer and art set decorator and things like that, and I think mostly set decorator. But that's his experience in Hollywood. It's only recently that he's come into his own as an actor with Jesus, and I just think that is his story is just so much like the rest of us, where there's just these years of struggle. It seems like everybody's associated with Angel Studios. It seems like we've all kind of got that story where we've struggled for so long. Sticking with doing the things that we want to do and that we feel are important, but not really being rewarded for that effort until recently. It's a great thing to see. It's a great story to tell.
I heard him on a podcast that I listened to. Oh, am I here? Oh
no, you're good.
I heard him on a podcast that they were talking about like this, faith in film, and it was right after season 1 or season 2 came out. Wait, what season are we in right now?
We're in
season 1. It was
2.
after season 1. It was right before they started production on season 2.
Whoa! Louisa from New York just invested $1,002.
Whoa!
Putting us well above 70-70. Thank you, Louisa.
Thank you.
All right. Well, you keep
I'll wrap my
your
thought.
Yeah. I had to shout that out.
Absolutely. And he was talking about how he had always longed for seeing faith-based content improve in its production value, improve in its writing, improve in its quality, and how that's what attracted him to The Chosen, was that he saw it for that. Like it was this thing that he had been hoping for. And now he's an advocate for that. And how he believes, just as you and I do, that whole thing of like, what you do with excellence, and that should apply to our art. That should apply to our art. And it just makes sense. And so I remember after I heard, I was like, dude, you listen to this, and you got to find a way to talk to this guy. Like you need to connect with him, because he'll get it.
Yeah.
And you connect the dots that Dallas is involved. Talk to this guy.
Yeah.
So who knows?
So I did.
Who knows what comes from that?
We'll see what happens. Yeah. Would I like to work with Jonathan? Could I see him doing something? Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah. But we'll see. He's a little tied up at the moment, so we'll see.
Yeah, a little bit.
Let's see. We got here. Where's our moderator? There. Those are. Oh shoot. So it turns out, darn it, we're gonna have to peel back the celebration a little bit here.
Oh no.
So there is a thing that happens with our ticker, that sometimes we get what's called a false investment, a false payment. It's a false display is what it is. And it seems that has happened. So
it's like an echo in Minority Report.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
See, sci-fi.
Some shift inspiration. Sci-fi. So what are we actually at right now? I don't even know. So maybe not quite as many as we've seen, but some of those have got to be real, right? What are we at? $770,002. Somebody came in with $102. I don't know. I think it was Kara. Kara did another investment. Of course it was Kara. Of course, Kara. You came in and you rescued Erin to put her to bed. I'll make sure that she knows it was you. That's fantastic. That is fantastic.
I love it.
So we're at the point in the night where we're getting some false in here, and I don't know what's real and what isn't, but we have officially hit. I mean, as far as on the display, we know what's real and what isn't on the actual website. But we don't know right now on the ticker what's real and what isn't. But we got it. We got to $770,000.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I just can't believe it. Do you know when we hit 500? Do you remember when we hit our minimum?
Yeah, it was Friday.
Nope,
yeah.
It was Saturday.
Saturday.
You're right. 5 days ago. Yeah. Just before I went on with Matt and Dan. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. So in 5 days, we have done an additional $270,000 in investment.
We did more in the last 2 days than we did in the whole first round.
That's correct. That's correct. In the 6 weeks we did on the first round.
Yeah.
So look, so there's some momentum. There is some serious momentum behind this film. This film it has come kicking and screaming into this world. It will not die. It will not be heard. It will be made. It will simply be made, and then we will put it out there, and we will see what happens. Final thoughts, Orlando, before I wrap us up.
It's been a ride. We're in the exciting part of the ride. You know, we're past the anticipation of the climb and some of the scary turns, and now now it's the fun part, and I'm excited to see where we go from here, and we'll see what this investment yields in terms of talent and investors, and I will have plenty more to share in the coming weeks and coming months.
Yep. No, I think so. I think what's going to be great is sharing what we do next with everybody, you know, when we can, as we can.
Right.
You know, we're not chosen levels of, you know, watch Dallas tie his shoes today in this exclusive behind the scenes video. That's no knock on the chosen. They do an incredible, I've seen their behind the scenes team. It's an entire team of people, and it's impressive. We're not there yet, and I don't know that we're going to be, but we're going to share as makes sense. And I do have a older video actually of a location scout to share with you guys at some point in the next month. I'll be working on that soon. But anyway, Orlando, I'm going to say goodbye, and then I'm just going to sign off here and get my wife
all right,
so she can sleep.
Thank Aaron for yet another night of sacrifice for us.
Another night of sacrifice. It never stops. It never stops. Thank you, sir. I'll see you later.
I'll catch you later.
Okay. Bye. All right. This is it. This is our final live stream. This is our final couple minutes here together. Thank you for joining me. Those of you that have held on the entire time, and I know that there are some of you. We started this at 6 p.m. my time. It's now 10:30. That means we've been doing this for 4.5 hours. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for your investment. Thank you for your support. Thank you for sharing and spreading the word. It is because of you that this film is funded to the degree that it is. I can only do so much. What you do is so much more. And I am just so humbled and so grateful. You've done an amazing thing. You've done an amazing thing in spreading the word and making this happen. And I want to thank you. I want to thank Brad, our moderator. I want to thank Neil and Jeff. I want to thank Fred, our lawyer. I want to thank Mariah, who's also helped us out a lot with live streams. I want to thank Jared, the engineer over at Angel Studios, and thank Orlando and Franco and Dallas and Dan and Matt and Justin Overlander, who sat in with me one night, and Brandon Jones and everybody who has really stepped up in the last 6 weeks to make all of this possible. And thank my wife most of all. Holy crud, I'm going to be in big trouble if I don't thank her. She is number 2 on my list of people to thank. And number 1, of course, is my Heavenly Father. Without him, this film just simply wouldn't exist, and we wouldn't be here together. And I'm so grateful that we are. Thank you, everyone. What is going to happen next? I don't know. Really good things, though. That's what I think. I'm excited to see what happens next, and I'm excited to take you there with me. Have a fantastic night. Let's get to 800K. Let's see what happens in the next 2 hours. And whatever happens, it'll be exactly what is supposed to happen, because that is how this film works. Thank you, and good night.